Welcome to the 2024 Washington International Trade Conference. If you'll just give us a moment for people to load into our Zoom room, we will get started momentarily. Welcome to WIDA's 6th Annual Washington International Trade Conference. We're grateful to all of you who could join us for this second conference we've held in the hybrid format. At this year's conference, we'll look at some of the big drivers in international trade policy in 2024. Over the next 2 days, our speakers will discuss some of the important issues facing U.S. and global trade leaders, and at some of the major trends impacting trade and the world we all live in. Today's sessions will be fully online for all our attendees. Tomorrow, all the sessions will be streamed via Zoom, but if you are in DC, we hope to see you in person at the Ronald Reagan Building and International Trade Center for remarks from U.S. trade leaders and ambassadors from key U.S. trading partners. We want to say a special thanks to our sponsors whose names are on the screen right now. Their generous support is essential to our mission to bring the trade community together for high quality, high-impact discussions of U.S. and international trade policy. We have a packed schedule today and tomorrow, and we're thrilled you're all here today. Before we get to today's program, a few notes for everyone. If you need to log out and come back in, your link for today should work to readmit you back into the conference. During each session, we'll try to get to audience questions in the last 5 or 10 minutes, so please use the Q&A tab on Zoom, and you could submit questions as we go. If you're having any problems with your Zoom feed, you can email our team here at WIDA at events@wida.org, and our team can help you solve your connection problems. Following today's program, we'll also email links out to watch the broadcast if you miss any portion of it. If you've been to any of our sessions before, you know we like to call out the names of people that you are in community with at our Zoom events, even if you can't see them on screen. So if I have time, I'll try to call out people before each of the sessions. So before we turn to panel one, we'd like to welcome several of our conference leadership benefactors: Arrow Ojiro and Ari Giovenco with Amazon, John Miller and Jade Tate with Trade Data Monitor, Dante Smalls and Amgad Shehata with UPS, Maria Ziba and Cole Spain with the National Pork Producers Council. Thank you, Ari and Arrow, John and Jade, Dante, Amgad, Maria, and Cole for your support for WIDA and the 2024 conference. We are grateful to all of you. And thanks to everyone, of course, who is joining us today. If you registered to attend the conference, you should have received a link to our conference program by email this morning, which contains biographies for each of our speakers so we can dispense with lengthy introductions. I'd now like to welcome on screen our kickoff panel featuring two dear friends. Angela Ellard, the Deputy Director General of the World Trade Organization, who was recognized in 2023 with WIDA's Lifetime Achievement Award, and our moderator, Ambassador Peter Allgeier, President of Nauset Global, a former Deputy United States Trade Representative, and the recipient of WIDA's 2004 Distinguished Service Award. Peter and Angela are longtime friends of WIDA and many in our audience today, and we're delighted to host you both today. Peter?
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Ken. And Angela, thank you very much for carving this time out of your hectic schedule. I know that with only 2 weeks before the ministerial, the Secretariat is very involved in trying to pull all of these issues together. Now, fortunately, this is a leap year, so you get an extra day to do this. I'm sure that's a relief to you. But seriously, the Secretariat plays such an important role in kind of herding together all these more than 160 countries to come to a successful conclusion at the ministerial. So congratulations on the work you're doing, and thanks for carving out this time. The Secretariat does have a daunting role to play, and I must say that my time there demonstrated to me how professional and impartial the Secretariat is, and they're so crucial to the success of these negotiations. So let's get started. Perhaps we could start with the big picture, and if you could take a few minutes to kind of let us know what you see as the principal issues that will be the focus of this ministerial.
Well, thank you very much, Peter. It's such a delight to be here doing this panel with you today. And hi to Ken and all my dear WIDA friends. Have my WIDA mug. And thank you for recognizing the work of the Secretariat. This is an extremely hardworking and dedicated group of professionals that I have the privilege to work with. They work incredibly hard without stopping. So especially in the lead up now to MC13 in less than 2 weeks, actually, at this point. We are the WTO here in Geneva. It is humming with life. It's the evening, but yet we have, in fact, I just stepped out of a negotiating session on fish that I'll head back to. We have several hundred people in the room going through enormous details on the fisheries subsidies agreement. The coffee is flowing, and weekends around here are just another day. So we really want to see some results here. And I think it's very important for the multilateral trading system and for the WTO that we see good results at MC13. I would say that the atmosphere here in the lead up to MC13 is actually more positive. It's better than it was in the lead up to our last ministerial conference. And the last one was successful. So we do note a certain positive tone by members, a constructive tone, I would say. I think they're seeing more transparency. I think there are more conversations that are going on. But of course, the issues are enormously difficult. So I don't want to overstate the positivity of the tone, but you need to have a good tone, I think. So I think we also have to be mindful of the context that MC13 is operating under. Of course, we have conflicts in Ukraine and in the Middle East. We have elections in countries that altogether is about 50% of the world population, shipping disruptions in major waterways, all kinds of things that contribute to a very tense atmosphere, not to mention food security and a climate crisis as well. In terms of MC13, what we're looking at in order to see what a successful MC13 would be, we have to aim to achieve or make progress in achieving a wide variety of objectives. So first, I would say, is the entry into force of the first fisheries subsidy agreement, which was concluded at MC12. This prohibits the most harmful forms of subsidies that are granted to increase capacity and to allow fishing in illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. So this agreement needs 110 of our members, 110 to come into effect. That's 2/3 of our total membership. We are more than halfway there. They're rolling in every day, and we're hoping to make a big splash at MC13. In addition, we have the second wave of negotiations. Those discussions are underway now to come together on tough disciplines for subsidies that contribute to overfishing and overcapacity. And here we have a lot of interest and ambition, but also managing how we manage special and differential treatment for developing members that's appropriate and effective. So trying to keep as much ambition as possible within that context. Dispute settlement reform is another area of key focus for members here in Geneva, where they would like to as you recall, back in MC12, the ministers made a commitment with respect to the dispute settlement system, to making sure that it is accessible and that it is fully functional. However, members define that by 2024. So work there is very much ongoing, and we can get into that a little bit later if you'd like in terms of the details. We also have the decision on the extension of the e-commerce moratorium on charging customs duties for electronic transmissions. That is something that expires at MC13, and there's a lot of interest there. And on all of these, I can get into much more detail, but I just wanted to set a stage. We also want to see what kind of progress can be made with respect to agriculture negotiations. And again, there we have members with very different views, but some common interests with respect to food security. Development-related issues, integration of plurilateral agreements into the WTO architecture, accessions. We have 2 new members who will be joining us, Comoros and Timor-Leste, which is very exciting, bringing our number up to 166. So this is a taste of some of the issues that our members are dealing with. And we're making progress, but there's a lot of work to be done in the next 10 days before we all get on planes.
Great. Okay, thanks very much, Angela. Obviously, there are several really important issues that that the delegations are dealing with. Maybe we could start with the digital trade. And I think you mentioned the very important thing of renewing that moratorium on putting duties on e-commerce transmissions, which I think has been around since the late 90s. That still is a controversial issue, though, in some quarters. Is that not true?
Yes, it is. It is a controversial issue for some. It is I think many of our members view this maintaining the moratorium as maintaining the status quo. And they see that if the moratorium were not to be extended, and all of a sudden members would have the ability to charge customs duties on electronic transmissions, that it would really be a setback to digital trade and a setback to development for those developing members, of course, who depend on digital trade. It is interesting to see that many developing members do support the moratorium. At the same time, however, there are members who have a different view, who see the moratorium as contributing to the digital divide, that they want to be able to, for revenue purposes, to charge duties, and they see development as being hurt by maintaining this moratorium. So at the same time as all of these discussions on the moratorium, there's also a discussion relating to a work program to help developing members take advantage of digital trade and to address some of the issues relating to the digital divide. So it's quite an interesting debate. There's been a lot of analysis and study done by various international organizations, including, of course, the WTO, and a lot of important work to assess what would be the impact if that moratorium were to be removed, if it were to be ended. And the effect potentially could be quite devastating. So it's something that members are considering, but like I said, there are some with a very different view about this, and that needs to be taken into account.
One other question on the digital issues is, I know there is a group, I think it's called the Joint Statement Initiative. I mean, and they actually have made a lot of progress on some very practical issues. Any chance of that being accomplished at this meeting? Are people willing to, if where there's a large concentration of support for those things, harvesting those?
Yes, well, this JSI, the Joint Statement Initiative, is one of our plurilateral initiatives. So it's not a multilateral negotiation at this point, but any member who wants to join the negotiations is certainly welcome to do that. So 90 of our 164 members participate in this negotiation relating to e-commerce. And this involves many developing members and even some least developed members. And I think that's very important to note. So it's been quite intense. The co-conveners of this negotiation hope to conclude the negotiations in 2024. So not quite at the ministerial. But there is remarkable progress that's been made on many key issues right now. Issues like online consumer protection, electronic signatures, unsolicited electronic messages, and open government data. So these are, like you said, Peter, very, very practical issues that could benefit if this were to, when this does move forward. And in smaller groups, we have discussions on other topics, including data flows and localization, telecommunication services, cryptography utilizing products. So there's a roadmap that members have set for these negotiations, and 2024 is the target.
At the beginning, you said you're literally in the middle of a meeting on fisheries. And of course, that is really a precedent-setting agreement on environment and trade. And there's still work to be done, obviously. But I gather also you've been at the center of an effort to address the issue that many developing countries face. They really need assistance to have capacity building and technical assistance to implement these sorts of requirements, and that you're working with a number of other institutions on that. Could you just give us a couple of words on that and how that's going?
Sure. And yes, thanks for recognizing our fisheries agreement as being an environmental sustainability agreement. It's our first agreement with environmental sustainability at its core, and it meets one of the special development goals, the SDG goals set by the UN members, 14.6. So that's very important. And it was an agreement that was reached, of course, by consensus, which means that under our multilateral rule book, for an agreement to be adopted by ministers, it needs the consensus of all members. And just think how remarkable that is for all of these members to come together and say yes. So that's an important point. But like you said, many developing members need help to implement the obligations, both with respect to management of their fisheries, which is not really a WTO function, but there are elements of this in the agreement, as well as notification of their subsidies if they have subsidies. Developing members have said that they need help in order to be able to encourage sustainable fisheries in their countries. So as part of the agreement, we set up a fund, a trust fund. There's about $10 million in it now, which is remarkable. Oh, in just a year, we have raised that much. And this is designed to help developing members meet their obligations. It's what's so important about this fund is that it allows us to leverage the work and the funds of the World Bank and the Food and Agriculture Organization, so that we're coming at this with a variety of expertise and resources to help developing members. We spent most of a good chunk of last year traveling all over to visit various developing countries to tell them about why this agreement is so important for them, and to also demonstrate to them that that technical assistance will be there. And we held several day-long sessions in 6 or 7 locations all over the world to help developing members. And I think that shows the commitment of the Secretariat to technical assistance and capacity building, as well as our donors. Many of our developed members have contributed funds that will be used for this purpose.
Great. You had mentioned, of course, dispute settlement, and that's an area where people are quite concerned. I mean, that's all traditionally was one of the key contributions of the WTO. What's the status of work on that?
Well,
And
it's
will that be
interesting the way you
something that will
frame.
be discussed at the ministerial, or is that in another area?
Well, it's interesting how you framed the question. You said that it was one of the key functions of the WTO, and it still is very much. There's work that needs to be done. For those in the audience who may not know, the dispute settlement mechanism within the WTO has several stages: a consultation phase, the panel phase to resolve disputes, and then if one panel appeals, it has access to our appellate body. The appellate body is not functioning right now. There is no quorum because of controversy over whether the appellate body has been performing the functions the way that it should. So now, over the course of the last year, there's been a very intensive informal process underway in which all members are invited to try to resolve issues relating to dispute settlement. These are issues that are quite broad in focus. Accessibility to dispute settlement by developing country members, that's one focus, as well as how to make the dispute settlement system more effective, more objective, and less time-consuming, more efficient. But fundamentally, the goal is to try to create a situation in which members can resolve their disputes. Dispute settlement is almost something of last recourse. The goal really is to try to assure compliance and to settle disputes. So as I mentioned, the ministers at MC12 said that their goal was 2024 for reforming the dispute settlement mechanism. And this is an incredibly important function. Like you said, Peter, it's one of our core functions. So what has happened without the appellate body being in place is that you can stop a case from moving forward by appealing into the void. There's no appellate body that's functioning. So we have 31 appeals that are pending. But these informal, technical, very intensive discussions that are going on is to work towards this goal of having a fully and well-functioning dispute settlement system by 2024. And these talks have been extremely productive. And there is a text that is that addresses many of these issues with significant progress. But there still are important, outstanding issues to be addressed, and we have to make sure that all member views are taken into account. So these discussions will continue. What we're hoping is that at MC13, ministers will be able to achieve a successful outcome in the immediate future and fulfill this commitment. But in any event, the work done to date, in our view, is remarkable and must not be lost. But I should say that in the meantime, dispute settlement continues. We have 11 ongoing disputes. 9 ongoing consultations. We have members who use the arbitration functions and the MPIA function as a means to find an alternative to appellate review. We also see situations in which having the panel report, even if it's not appealed, can help members reach successful outcomes. We saw that in disputes between Australia and China. We've seen that with respect to India and the US. So there definitely still is a very active dispute settlement system, but obviously there is reform that is needed.
Yeah. Oh, well, thanks for fleshing that out. So, yeah, I mean, in terms of the panels that are currently operating, they're operating in the same way as panels did in the past. So it's
Right.
just that last step that is not there. It's an important step. But like you say, people at least now would be getting a sense of where panels are inclined to rule or to come out on substantive issues. They may not accept all of that, but at least it's giving people directions that is useful. And as you say, may foster an actual solution in certain cases.
Yes, I think so. It may help foster a solution, and that's the idea. I'm sorry, it's getting very dark in here. We're
Yeah,
working. There we
okay.
go. Okay, thank you. I guess I hadn't been moving around, and so the motion detector, the light was going off. But yes, I would say the question of the appellate body is because it's not functioning, but yet it's still on the books. There's no finality to decisions. Now, members have to decide whether they want some kind of appellate or second tier review and what that would look like. So that is an issue they are still working on. But the challenge for us right now is to have something on the books that can't function. And that means that disputes then aren't necessarily final unless the parties choose for them to be.
Right. Okay. Let's see what else. Oh, in terms, you hear a lot about WTO reform. Of course, there are very different views on what WTO reform should consist of. Could you give us a little bit of a picture of what's on the horizon there? What are the different interests that countries have in how they define WTO reform?
Yes. Well, reform is something that I think everyone agrees should happen. There is widespread agreement that the WTO needs reform among the members, among the ministers, certainly within the Secretariat. So that is a given that we need reform. But reform is in the eye of the beholder. And when we talk about the WTO needing reform and the WTO needing to make decisions, when I speak of the WTO, I mean the members, the countries, in essence, that are that make up the WTO. We in the Secretariat, we perform a function to support the members, to help them, but it is the members who really need to come together on this. And there's been a lot of creative discussion, very intensive back and forth among the members about what this could be. So we're talking about reform over all of our functions. The negotiating function, the monitoring of trade behavior, as well as dispute settlement, as we've already spoken about. The members have different priorities. Some of them want to look at the old rules and review them and see if they are still fit for purpose. Others want to add new substantive rules to the rule book. Others focus on procedures and transparency. Others focus on inclusiveness, particularly making sure that all delegations, whether large or small, have the opportunity to participate. And some, of course, want improvements all over these categories. So With respect to the substantive rule book, this is through negotiations. Some of our members are interested in trying to address this. I would give one example as the rules on subsidies, whether those should be examined, particularly as they relate to industrial subsidies, that looking at the interface between trade and state intervention in support of industrial sectors. Developing countries, when they look at this issue, their perspective it can be a bit different in prioritizing policy space for them to promote industrialization. So they look at subsidies or the potential for subsidies in a different way. And some of them see the actions that developed members take as perhaps carving them out of supply chains. So that's a very important issue. Then, with respect to the deliberative function, which relates to the way negotiations are conducted in the current framework that we have of committees and councils and other bodies, many members want to enhance transparency and improve compliance, for example, with the notification requirements when you take particular actions, like trade remedies, for example, you're supposed to notify the WTO. So trying to improve that. And then there are other types of reform too, in the way in which we, the Secretariat, advise and assist our members, including using new digital tools. So it means a lot of different things. And we're trying to direct, to try to see what direction members want to take this in. And I think there'll be a very healthy discussion of this at MC13.
So you've listed a wide array of issues or concerns that members have. How are you conducting the work on WTO reform? Is it all in one group, or are there separate groups dealing with different aspects?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think members have different views about the ideal way, and it depends on the issue, and it depends on the type of issue, whether it's substantive or procedural. So right now, in many of our committees, we have a committee on trading goods, a committee on intellectual property, trade remedies. We have a huge number of committees that function at a very high level. So we're trying to conduct reform with respect to how discussions are handled. So many of our developing members have asked for much more transparency and using digital tools and other tools to help them keep up to date. But in addition to this, we've had a series of retreats throughout the course of 2023, bringing together members to discuss particular issues that could be the subject of reform. So we've had deep discussions about industrial subsidies, about climate, about development. And those are some of the major areas where reform can be evidenced. Some would like to conduct more discussion on reform in the context of our committee on trade and development. Others want to use the General Counsel or some of our other bodies. And for many, it really depends on the issue as to where the appropriate forum is. But at the end of the day, it all needs to be pulled together so that we see these various threads. The last point that I would make is that reform doesn't have to be a monolithic challenge for us. It really, we can do some things right away. We can do other things in the medium term and other things longer term. But we just have to have the mindset of figuring out what the issues are that are relevant for our members.
Right. Okay. No, that's really helpful to understand that. I mean, it's quite a task facing you, but it certainly is very, very important. You mentioned TRIPS. That reminded me that at I guess the last ministerial, there was a decision about um, COVID-related things and a decision on therapeutics and diagnostics. Um, does that will that be extended? Are people talking about extending that?
Sure. Well, at MC12, there was a very intense discussion leading up to MC12, and at that ministerial, members embraced two tracks of work with respect to the pandemic. One is a declaration with respect to, a decision with respect to trade-related measures that members can take to ease supply chains of COVID products, for example, and other steps with respect to export restraints and reducing barriers to trade, facilitating trade in COVID-related products. So that was a very important work stream over the course of a couple of years. Mm-hmm. Then the second work stream related to TRIPS, the trade-related intellectual property agreement, in which the members agreed, again by consensus, to create more flexibility in the use of compulsory licensing with respect to TRIPS, with respect to the COVID vaccines. Mm-hmm. And now the question that members are talking about relates to therapeutics and diagnostics, whether the action that was taken at MC12 to improve flexibilities for compulsory licensing for vaccines should be extended to therapeutics and diagnostics. So this is a discussion that is still underway. It is controversial. Members have very different views about what the role of intellectual property is, what the role of trade, and how trade in these products can be facilitated. I think for everyone, the goal is to make sure that supply chains are such that developing members do have access to therapeutics and diagnostics or vaccines. It's interesting that the action that was taken in 2022, there has been no member has sought to use the new flexibilities. But therapeutics and diagnostics are a different kind of, with respect to intellectual property, they pose different issues with respect to channels of trade, of commerce. It's different. And those are the issues in particular that members are focusing on. How is it the same? How is it different?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Earlier on, you mentioned agriculture, and of course, agriculture has always been an extremely important issue at the WTO. Certainly, what gets a lot of publicity is the discussion on stockholding and subsidies, I guess, primarily by developing countries. What is the status? That is something that will have to be addressed at this ministerial, correct?
The question of public stockholding and many of the issues that you describe relate to the question of food security and what can or cannot WTO members do with respect to trade and agriculture as it relates to food security. It's not the only issue out there with respect to trade in agriculture, but it is one in which there are very, very strongly held views, with some members saying that a commitment had been made to make this exception permanent, allowing public stockholding in this way to be permanent. Others have a very different view. Then you fold into the agriculture discussions the question of market access and the question of subsidies. Right. And there are different priorities that different members have. And so there's a healthy debate right now about whether agriculture negotiations should cover all of these issues, or whether they should focus on just a few issues, and whether and to what extent food security should be the focus. I think that there is a recognition of the importance of food security with respect to agriculture. But I think for MC 13, the next 10 days or so before we leave for Abu Dhabi will be very intensive on this very subject. And then it will be something that the ministers will need to decide in terms of how much they want to take on, and how much, obviously it's a huge portfolio. So the ministers, I don't think there's any expectation that the agriculture negotiations will be finished, but what is the path? What, if anything, can be agreed on now, and what is the path for the future?
Right. Okay. Okay, I don't know whether Ken wants to come in to ask a few questions.
Just if you got one to wrap up, Peter, that would be great. We just want to get
Okay,
to
yes, I
audience
do have one.
questions
And this is more of a personal question. Angela, clearly you were very familiar with the WTO from your work in the Congress, but being there is different. So anything that has either surprised you or, that you learned that you didn't realize, what's your impression of working over there now?
Well, I would say there are a lot of similarities to working on the Hill, in that, you're trying to support members, you're trying to help them make decisions, you're trying to give them information. One of the biggest differences is that on the Hill, of course, it's majority rules.
Yeah.
And that majority may change very quickly back and forth. But here in Geneva, things in terms of a multilateral agreement, it has to be done by consensus. So that means that collaboration, bridge building, compromise are important on the Hill, but in this context are even more of a challenge, because one member can say we're not doing this, and therefore prevents an agreement or a consensus from emerging on a particular topic. And I think another thing that has really impressed me is the importance of, and Peter, you nailed this, the issue of technical assistance and capacity building. That not all of our members are able to devote the same amount of time and resources as other members are. And there is a lot of generosity by our bigger members, but our role in the Secretariat is also to help developing members reach that, to be able to make the WTO serve them.
Right. Okay, well, thanks very much. It's been a pleasure talking with you. And I must say, the WTO is very fortunate to have you over there. So thanks for doing that service.
Well, thank you, Peter. I really appreciate that. And you've contributed so much to the trade world over the years. Your deep expertise and your service has led to some real, tangible, meaningful results in improving lives. So congratulations to you.
Hey, thank you. Well, good luck over the next 2 weeks.
Thank you. We'll need it.
Thank you very much to both of you. Angela, before I let you go, if you have one more minute, I want to take one of the questions because it's a perfect transition for our next session, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Just about what the success of the fisheries negotiations might mean as a model for future objectives, achieving future objectives on sustainability and the environment.
Oh, yes. I love that question. I mean, I'm wearing my fish pin for the fish negotiations and my SDG gold pin as well. And this is I firmly believe that it was the sustainability element of the Fish One negotiations that made that come together. Members saw the imperative because fish stocks were plummeting, are plummeting, and the need to reverse that trend, not to prevent subsidies, not to prevent fishing, but to make sure that it's done in a sustainable manner. I think that it does speak volumes to the ability of consensus to be reached on issues of sustainability. And I hope that members will take this forward. For example, with respect to climate change, the WTO is a terrific forum for addressing the trade-related aspects. And you cannot solve the climate crisis or address the climate crisis unless trade is part of the solution.
Great. Thank you for helping us with our transition for our next session on climate-related issues. Angela, as always, we are incredibly grateful to you for everything you've done for the trade community, for trade policy for many, many, many years, and your friendship for myself and for WIDA. Peter, as always, it's a true pleasure to have you on and to see you, even though we are virtual. So thank you both for joining us today.
Well, thank you.
Have a great evening in Geneva. Peter, I hope we see you soon. Before I introduce our next panel, I want to call out some of those who are with us today at the conference from our global audience. Francisco Sandoval, an economic counselor with the Embassy of Mexico. Carlos Vanderloo, a minister counselor for economic and trade policy at the Embassy of Canada. Ed McIsaac, a trade counselor at the New Zealand Embassy in Washington, and Ruth Schipper, trade counselor at the Embassy of the Netherlands and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Welcome, Carlos, Ed, Francisco, and Ruth, and thank you for joining us. I'm very excited about this next panel for several reasons and ask them to please turn on their cameras. As many of you know, in 2020, WIDA launched a trade and environment series. A lot of what we were discussing about climate and trade in those early days was theoretical. In 2024, a lot of those ideas are turning into action. And today we're looking at some of the critical policy issues facing governments today, trade policies to address pollution and climate change. Welcome today to Matthew Bolden, a climate policy advisor with the Senate Budget Committee for Chairman Sheldon Whitehouse. Christine Harbin, who is an energy policy advisor for Senator Bill Cassidy. Linda Dempsey, a vice president of public affairs at CF Industries. Katrina Rourke, executive director for the Center for Climate and Trade and a senior vice president for policy and research at the Climate Leadership Council. And our moderator, Maureen Hinman, co-founder and chairman of the Silverado Policy Accelerator. Silverado sponsors WIDA's Trade and Environment series, and Maureen and Sarah Stewart and her whole team are fabulous partners with WIDA. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for the kind introduction, Ken. It's great to be here today, particularly with this esteemed panel. So in the wake, and as Ken mentioned, I'll skip introductions since he gave such an eloquent version for all of us. But in the wake of the initial implementation this year of the EU's carbon border adjustment mechanisms, we've been able to convene an expert panel today to remark on the emerging policy landscape on border adjustment mechanisms in the United States. This includes carbon border adjustments as well as regular pollution border measures. And I just wanted to pause quickly and mention, and I think that DG Ellard is absolutely right. Trade is a part of the solution. And usually when people think about that, they think about these border adjustments. So getting the policy is right. And I know there's a lot of very hardworking people in Washington thinking about the ways to get this policy right. Particularly for the United States. So specifically today, our guests will provide their perspective on several topical pieces of draft legislation, the drive behind these bills, and what may be in store for the 2024 legislative cycle. So without further ado, Matt, I'd like to thank you for being here. If you could give us a little bit of an overview of the Clean Competition Act that Senator Whitehouse and Congresswoman Del Bene introduced last December, Thanks for your leadership. And I'd like to hear a little bit more about the elements and why is this is a priority for Senator Whitehouse.
Well, thanks, Maureen, and Ken, thank you for the really kind introduction, and thanks, Wita, for having me today. Just say up top, some of the views I'm expressing today are mine and not necessarily those of the senator. But the Clean Competition Act, which is a lot of what I spend my time on, is really focused on unlocking a market incentive for decarbonization. Now, we've thrown a ton of money at the problem with the IRA, with the IIJA. What those programs didn't include was a sort of a demand side driver, both for firms trying to deploy long-term capital to decarbonize, but also for purposes of defending basically green markets like the one that's emerging in the United States, where we have green steel, we're decarbonizing our chemicals production, we are decarbonizing our cement production. And this policy is really designed to give firms the assurance that the US will be a market that correctly values their low carbon products, their good behavior long-term. And all this is coming as the Europeans are already implementing a CBAM of their own. The UK recently announced they're doing a CBAM, and the Europeans in particular really show no sign of backing down. If you've been tracking the gas negotiations, they've been very adamant that it's the CBAM and the rest of the world needs to get on board. This is a tremendous development. It is very hard to see how we get to where the science tells us we need to go in order to be on track with where we need to be for emissions reductions for climate purposes without a network of CBAMs, preferably one that's well coordinated. Now, thanks in no small part to the work of a number of the companies represented on this call, US manufacturers are on average some of the lowest carbon in the world. So as a result, when McKinsey predicts that even if the US does nothing and the EU CBAM goes into effect, it could increase EU market share for US producers. Again, it's this arbitrage for the emissions reductions we've made historically and are continuing to make today. Now, that's some of the why behind the Clean Competition Act. Let me speak a bit to the how. So what the Clean Competition Act sets out to do is use the data we collect today, such as facility level emissions, facility level product volumes, countrywide emissions data, to stand up a US carbon border adjustment. And it creates a framework for trading partners and firms to provide better, more granular data over time to improve that program. We don't trade facilities, we trade products, but we measure facilities for their emissions data and their production volumes data. So using this data, we can determine the average emissions intensity for US industries, basically creating a benchmark, if you will. And any goods coming to this country that are more carbon intensive than this benchmark are charged a fee on their excess emissions. Over time, we ratchet down that benchmark, and the fee gradually rises at a sort of a set schedule. To ensure we in the US maintain that carbon efficiency advantage and align with the type of the CBAM the Europeans are pursuing, the Clean Competition Act also applies that same performance standard to domestic facilities. Now, I would say that, again, it's sort of the way it's set up is it's not all facilities, it's everyone who's beating the performance average as measured in the year this goes into effect. And so you throw in the IIJA money, the IRA money, the investments folks are already making to comply with the methane emissions reduction program, and the 75% of revenues that are raised by the Clean Competition Act, which are then devoted to decarbonization of US industry with preference towards the most emissions intensive facilities. And suddenly there's this vision of sort of the US role in the clean energy future where we're providing all the steel, the cement, the chemicals, and the other materials we know we're going to need to build all those wind turbines, all those sort of composite materials, all the hydrogen we need to really cut our emissions rapidly. There's also considerations in the bill for complex finished goods, things like cars and washing machines, language in there around least developed countries, how to handle export rebates and the risk of resource shuffling overseas. But that's, happy to leave that to Q&A, that gets a little wonky. But that's the basic outline of the bill and why we're pushing it.
Great, thank you so much. That was a great promotion and outline of the bill. Now turning to another ambitious piece of legislation. Chrissy, thank you for being here today to talk about Senator Cassidy's foreign pollution fee. I'd love, thank you very much for your boss's leadership as well on this important issue. I'd love to hear a little bit more as I ask Matt about the impetus for this legislation and what does it seek to accomplish.
Absolutely. And thank you, Marie, and thank you very much for this conversation today. And thanks to WITA for hosting it. I think Matt laid out the case very well on the impetus for a very similar piece of legislation, one that my boss, Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, is championing. There is a growing concern that the U.S. Is at risk of losing its leadership on a number of really important manufacturing sectors. And certainly, as we turn our focus to reducing global emissions and making major investments on these in our operations. And so that's why Senator Cassidy has introduced earlier this Congress the Foreign Pollution Fee Act, which has a tremendous number of similarities, certainly a number of provisions as the ones that Matt and has described about Senator Whitehouse's legislation. However, there are a number of important differences as well. But this is part of the beauty of doing innovative things here in Congress. So very happy to be an ongoing resource to the folks on the phone. I know that there's a high number of very engaged thought leaders and policymakers there too. So I joined, for background, I joined the office last month. I took up the portfolio from my predecessor, Cole Simons, who moved on to a new opportunity within industry, and I'm happy to be a resource to you all as well. So I'll turn it back to you, Maureen, and look forward to more conversation about these important goals.
Thanks so much, Chrissy. Wow. Now pivoting to perhaps a person who could be called the godmother of carbon border adjustments in the United States and the benefits therein. Katrina, I'd love to hear a little bit more about your research on the carbon advantage and specifically how turning this sort of arbitrage question on its head by incentivizing those benefits can help lead to U.S. competitiveness. Can you talk a little bit about your research and why trade policy tools like border carbon measures should be considered?
Yes, thank you, Maureen. I'm going to take that title to the bank. Thank you for hosting this conversation, for your excellent counsel in this area. You taught me a lot. Thank you also to my co-panelists who have also taught me a lot. It's a real pleasure to be working on this niche subject, but maybe you at home want to weigh in too. We welcome numbers. I want to sort of frame my research across 3 topics: the carbon loophole, the carbon advantage, and then the economic benefits from leveraging it. And I'll try to be snappy because Matt's already laid out a little bit of this narrative and Chrissy's doubled down. But let's take the concepts one by one. The carbon loophole. Roughly 25% of global emissions, global greenhouse gas emissions, are related to the production of goods and services in one country that are ultimately consumed in another. Trade is one of the most significant drivers of greenhouse gas emissions globally. We will not address the climate crisis at the scale and speed required unless we take into account the emissions associated with traded goods and services. Full stop. A second concept in the carbon loophole is that the vast majority of global trade flows sort of ship carbon off the balance sheets of more climate ambitious countries and onto the balance sheets of less climate ambitious companies. And that has to do with the carbon advantage. So many of the largest exporters internationally, here's looking at you, China, have relatively low climate ambition associated with the carbon intensity of goods they produce. China, India, Russia require 3 to 4 times the amount of emissions as the US to create the same dollar of value in the global economy. That means that when we're sourcing goods through international trade from less ambitious economies, not only are we shifting emissions abroad, but we are often increasing the emissions required to satisfy that demand. That is a really significant concept to consider when it comes to addressing the carbon emissions associated with traded goods, because we're not talking about a level playing field here. We can and should introduce policies into the trading system that acknowledge the relative carbon intensity of goods based on where and how they are produced. We do not have tools to address that at present. The vast majority of climate policies are focused domestically and on the activities of facilities, not on the quality of goods that are produced. And so the third concept I want to talk about are the benefits associated with doing that, introducing a policy so that you can account for the carbon emissions associated with traded goods. It's hard to get really granular data for most sectors, but we've been able to do this analysis for the steel sector. And we've identified that if you introduce a carbon price on the emissions associated with the production of steel goods, you can, in the US economy, drive up sales of domestically produced steel about 9%, increase the profitability of existing steel firms in the United States about 40%, and cut imports in half. This is a climate policy generating real and material economic benefits for an emissions-intensive industry domestically. That is a sea change in how we think about the politics of climate action. By introducing a trade element, we can improve the prospects for American competitiveness, improve the prospects for investment in American manufacturing by acknowledging these differences in carbon intensity that underpin the carbon loophole. So that's why this is a really important area for policymaking.
Thanks so much. And last but not least, Linda, these policies are going to impact your global firm in so many jurisdictions and so many ways that you do business. I'd love to hear a little bit of details on how you're thinking about this and thinking about what optimal looks like with regard to border adjustments.
Thank you so much, Maureen. All my WIDA friends, it's great to be back. I appreciate the opportunity to be with these great panelists to talk about our views at CF Industries. We're a global hydrogen, ammonia, fertilizer producer that's seeking to decarbonize by 2050. Like the other panelists here, trade is absolutely a vital piece of the puzzle for those industries like mine, which are energy intensive, trade exposed, to be able to take the steps and make the major long-term investments to decarbonize and at the same time create new demand for low emissions products, address the global climate challenge, but also incentivize better, cleaner production that's not just good for everybody, but is going to help grow more resilient jobs and local communities that I think everybody knows is really vital. You know, Katrina talked about the carbon leakage loophole advantage and all of that. And I just think for commodity EITE industries, this is an absolutely critical issue, right? If we're going to be able to invest the amount of capital for investments that are 20 years, 30 years, 40 years in operation, right? Then we need that certainty and the right frameworks. And the trade rules as implemented today favor the cheaper products, right? Which are not the ones that require that new investment. And the work that Senator Whitehouse and Senator Cassidy, their expert staff and their colleagues are doing is absolutely vital to get the right policies moving forward. Both of their proposals would create strong incentives to address global emissions and ensure that industry in the United States, our workers, our communities, are the ones that are going to lead in creating cleaner production technologies. And those are products that, you know, we're not just seeing some demand here, we're seeing global demand. And so we want to be at the forefront of that. And this is something that's good for manufacturing, it's good for jobs, it's good for communities. If we don't address these issues, right, the EU is moving forward in a really strong way. They're writing the rules today. You know, those of us who have been around trade for a long time here in the United States know that the rules developed overseas are not always the ones that we in the United States would, right? So, you know, it's really important that the United States at this moment work together to develop these types of rules ourselves and work with our international partners, absolutely. And I think both of the senators' proposals are seeking to do that. So I look to hear more from both of them.
Thanks so much, Linda. Well, we've heard that there are climate, competitiveness, economic, manufacturing, and jobs benefits to these policies. So great, let's sign up. Really easy peasy. But maybe not so much in our current political climate. So I'd love to turn the mic back to Chrissy and Matthew in turn to talk about some of the challenges ahead for getting these policies over the finish line and what they envision for the 2024 legislative cycle.
Happy to talk about challenges, but I'd like to first weigh in on a point of optimism, because I feel like for many folks on the line, it's probably not common to see an R and a D on the line with such shared interest and shared perspective here. But I think within climate and energy policy generally, there is a striking amount of consensus positions that the political parties can agree on. But that said, moving over to challenges, there's a lot of noise in Washington right now. I know I can't speak for Matt's boss, but I know my boss has a full calendar of competing priorities. I think he had 3 simultaneous hearings this past week that he was participating in. So there's just a lot of other issues going on. And so I think in order to continue this drumbeat and continue this momentum for a common sense trade policy that achieves all these energy security and manufacturing goals while reducing emissions, I think it's really important to hear from industry participants, hearing from folks in the audience, and also picking up the great notes that Linda just had to ensure that we know that this is a continued strong priority across the energy industry. Thanks,
Matt. Any thoughts from your end?
Well, if she gets to be optimistic first, then I get to be optimistic first too. I think there's tremendous opportunities ahead of us for, in terms of how do you actually pass something this technical. In 2025, for instance, there's a number of the provisions of the Trump tax cuts that are expiring. I think there's going to be a lot of searching for revenue raisers. If we have to be paying tariffs to the Europeans and the UK, I think that's a great opportunity to start taking those tariffs back and putting in a CBAM of our own. There's permitting reform going on in the background, which is a necessary ingredient to getting any of these policies to work quite right. We can't have the sort of large green steel hydrogen economies here if you can't build the facilities. So that's an important part of this. And as Chrissy said, it's sort of a common sense policy. As I think Katrina and Linda laid out very eloquently, this is one of the rare issues where environmental ambition and economic bottom lines line up really, really neatly. I think, we haven't even talked a lot about sort of the geopolitical angle of this. Particularly as, the Select Committee on China, the fact that exists this Congress, I think is evidence enough that this is an important question we should be thinking about. What does the economy look like vis-a-vis US and Chinese competition going forward? On sort of the obstacles, I think, as I said before, this is a technical policy. I'm a climate person. Occasionally, I play a trade person on events like this, but I'm first and foremost a climate staffer. So I very much, really open an invitation to everyone on this call, folks who know the different industries far better than I ever will, to please reach out, help us design these policies, help us figure out what, if you don't want to talk to the Dem, you can talk to the Republican. Chrissy's very friendly, I assure you. Or you can talk to the Dem if that's your flavor preference as well. We do want to get these right. We do want these to work. These are very, they're very large policies in terms of the scope of goods they're trying to cover, but the world's moving here. So like Linda said, either we let the Europeans write the rules, or we start producing numbers of our own and showing why US goods and why US producers are doing the right things today and why they should be rewarded for it. I'd also say, in terms of obstacles, as Chrissy said, we're in, I think her boss said, well, silly season, given the election. So, expect there's going to be a lot of work behind the scenes to figure out what these policies should look like. I think, there's been a lot of focus, frankly, just on like, oh, the IRA happened, let's focus on tax credit implementation, which is the important thing to focus on. Let's focus on political hand-wringing over the IRA on the other side of the aisle. There's a lot of, that's taken up a lot of the space in the room and a lot of the energy and time that I think really ought to be devoted to thinking through what comes next. What are the sort of long-term policies that actually create that demand side signal and create economic opportunity so firms can make those long-term 20, 30-year capital investments and get us to net zero and set us up for the future. So again, I'll end on an invitation. Please, folks, don't hesitate to reach out. These versions of the bills are probably not the ones that are going to pass. The versions that can actually pass are the ones that we're going to benefit from your expertise.
Thanks so much. Well, I think that was a really good segue into a question I'd like to ask Linda next, which is, with the multiplying measures over the world, how important is sort of convergence of these measures, interoperability of accounting standards, and how the overall policy design and making sure that the incentives are right and that you can still do business?
Absolutely important, right? I mean, if you're trying, we're a global producer, we're selling around the world. If we've got to do, 3, 5, 10 different systems being developed around the world, that's, a lot of wasted effort and a real problem, right? And having these different accounting rules. I think it's really important, and this is why we're so keen on having the United States become very involved and start developing the rules and working with others. I mean, they're part of the Global Climate Club that's expanded beyond on the G7. There's discussions there very early, as far as I can tell. In terms of that carbon accounting, how do you do this for, my world of nitrogen and hydrogen? There's a limited number of products, right? If you're doing, the metals, there's a heck of a lot of more products there. There's all sorts of different production methods. Now, I will say one of the things that many of us in industry are working on are certification systems, right? Because some of the first things we're going to see with clean products is, producers, suppliers selling to customers that want it, whether for government reasons or commercial reasons. And so these certification systems that industries are developing are going to be absolutely critical. They're going to need to be interoperable, and we're going to need some sort of mutual recognition. I think all of this is converging at the same time. It's highly complicated. But I will say at COP, there was the positive development of a mutual recognition declaration among many countries on hydrogen certification system. There's a lot of other products out there as well, but I think that's the type of thing we need to see. But if the United States isn't in the game, how are we going to develop that global type of system?
Thanks so much, Linda. And I do think it's highly technical. One person on this panel who's kind of grappled a lot with policy design, some of the technical matters is Katrina. And I'd like to hear a little bit from you on why policy design matters and what the sort of cost benefit is of getting the policy right versus wrong.
Yeah, this is opening quite a can of worms. So let's take it at a high level. Linda alluded to this earlier. It's not just about introducing accountability into the trading system. It's about encouraging the trading system to move toward a preference for lower carbon goods made in a more sustainable fashion. The United States acting on its own, the European Union acting on its own cannot execute that for the global economy. So that means that even as we introduce a system of accountability for the most carbon intensive producers, we want to introduce it as close to the global trading system as possible. That can only be achieved through partnership. And so the number one sort of guiding force in policy design has to be that there is a pathway towards encouraging additional partners to come on board with a similar policy design so that we are pricing as much as we can in the global economy of those most carbon intensive products and finding avenues for greater competition for those lower carbon alternatives. If we can execute a policy design approach that helps us do that, that's a greater climate benefit, that's a greater economic benefit for those clean firms. And this is building on what Matt was alluding to earlier, greater geopolitical benefit. We can further check the power in the global economy of these authoritarian actors who are exporting carbon intensive goods as a mode for gaining sort of geopolitical market share, let's say. And so that's why we have to get it right, because the global trading system demands it. And that's a pretty good reason. But also, we want to make sure it's executable. And I've been, like Matt, working primarily on climate policy, and I play a trade policy analyst sometimes on TV, but there's always a balance between comprehensive, perfectly executed policy and an administrable policy. And we are certainly confronting that when it comes to the climate and trade nexus. About half of global market capitalization in some way discloses the emissions associated with their operations. 40 countries require disclosure of the carbon emissions at a facility level. These are firms and facilities. These are not goods. There's a technical hurdle. How do we get to the emissions associated with an individual traded good? A number of shortcuts are available. Maureen, you yourself are a scholar in this space, have highlighted where simplifications and administrability don't jeopardize the climate or the economic benefits associated with these policies. That is an excellent place to start as we build the global infrastructure for product level emissions reporting. Awesome. Okay, so let's find a shortcut so that we can get as close to the perfect as we can and still build it out the gate of a product level emissions accounting standard. Okay, great. What goods do we apply this to? The energy intensive sectors could all demand inclusion in this. Linda laid out the reasons why. We require these sectors to make significant long-term capital investment decisions to decarbonize, and it is so hard to justify those investments in a market economy when you are facing low-cost competition from an inferior product whose producer is not facing that demand. And so the energy intensives, obviously. Okay, so now what about those portions of the economy that use a whole lot of energy intensive inputs to make a good? Do we care about extending this to machinery, to autos? Great question. This is a question for policymakers about where you draw the line between comprehensiveness and administrability. It's also a question for those firms. Do they want to be included in such a policy? Do they want to get credit for the relative carbon efficiency with which they produce goods, the relative carbon efficiency of the materials they source? We know a lot of firms are driving towards improvements in supply chain visibility, including the carbon intensity of what they buy. Okay, so what goods do you cover? What gases do you cover? Again, Maureen Hinman, great literature on this. You should check it out. But we can start with CO2. CO2 is more comprehensively measured. We have greater reporting on that worldwide. Methane is a huge source of carbon emissions internationally. Our ability to measure and report those emissions, not terrific. Okay, now you get to sort of the next order. What other greenhouse gases do you need to account for? Should you be accounting for? And where do we need to start today? So what gases do you cover? And then who runs this program? Who is collecting the data? Who has expertise? We have pockets of expertise all over the federal government. How do we build this so it is administrable out of the gate? We're leveraging the expertise we have. We're not duplicating it somewhere else, but also we're orienting it around an agency that doesn't carry a lot of political baggage. So these are just some of the questions in policy design that guide whether we can get the maximum climate economic benefits, whether we can get it over the finish line, and whether we can execute it once it is over the finish line. There's a lot to think about in this space, and perhaps I should stop blathering and let's get to the Q&A part where more specifics may come up. Thanks.
You're not blathering at all, and thank you for the shout out on some of my work. I am actually the opposite. I am a trade expert who sometimes moonlights as a climate expert. So this has been a sort of beautiful convergence of worlds. I know that there are some questions in the queue, and I believe that Linda was raising her hands there we go, to answer a question related to fertilizer. Linda.
Sure. So one of the questions was in the chat was, actually, now I'm trying to find it. There's already political pressure to lower tariffs on imported fertilizer because of high cost to farmers, and past studies on steel tariffs have shown that they cost jobs in steel-consuming industries such as automakers. How do you prevent the higher costs inherent in cutting out dirtier steel or other products from other countries, Brazil, Mexico, et cetera? So let me start with just a factual setting, right? There are no MFN US tariffs on fertilizer imports into the United States. Only tariffs that there are in the trade remedy world, where those products have been shown to be unfairly traded and injurious to a domestic industry. The US has the most competitive open market for fertilizer in the world. That being said, this issue of the impact on the downstream is a really important one, and we agree with that, right? It is important in the fertilizer world for our producers, our customers, our farmers, right, to continue to be globally competitive, to be able to sell here at home as well as overseas. And so I think it's important to bring those industries into the conversation, right? Early into the conversation to help prevent negative inadvertent impacts. But let me turn it around, because there is huge opportunity here, right? Sustainable aviation fuel using low emissions ethanol. Low emissions ethanol used in low carbon fuel standards. Climate smart agricultural policies, food companies looking to decarbonize their entire food chain, right? This is a game changer for the long term, right? So if we're not just thinking today and tomorrow, but we're thinking about the next 5, 10, 20 years, it is important, I would argue, for our agricultural producers to have more of clean fertilizer here in the United States so that they can reap the rewards of higher value products being sold in all these different markets, from food to aviation and beyond. And so I think there's opportunity. I think everybody should, have a part in the conversation.
Thank you, Linda. And
Linda,
go ahead,
sorry, I just want to add one more component. Yes, to everything Linda said, but also there's a difference in quality between a tariff and a border mechanism that's intended to lower the carbon intensity of what gets imported into the United States. And it is that a carbon border adjustment is avoidable. So if you have really carbon efficient production, you're going to avoid that cost on your good as it gets imported into the United States. And if you are really carbon intensive, you cannot. It is an impetus to reduce the carbon intensity of the goods you produce if you want market share in the United States. And it's a reward system for those firms that are producing those lower carbon goods today. You don't have an inevitable across the board hike with a carbon border adjustment mechanism. You are targeting the most carbon intensive traded goods to the United States.
Great. Well, I think this has been really interesting. I'm gonna land with one final question, and I'm going to combine two of the questions to just talk about some of the technical challenges. And I know that, as Matt said, this is a very wonky area, but I like to roll around in the wonkiness. First, the world of unintended consequences in complex supply chains and complex products. How do we make sure that we're not creating tariff inversions that incentivize offshoring? And then second, what do we do about developing countries whose built infrastructure usually isn't there from their driving from their domestic population and their ability to adjust as well? I will throw that out to the group, and anyone can chime in on their thoughts.
I'll say a couple of things, and then Katrina and Linda, who have thought about this more than I have, I'm sure, please, and Chrissy as well, please jump in. On the issue of transshipment, I mean, I would say, the way the Clean Competition Act tries to address is it leaves it rather broad when it says what is country of origin. I mean, realistically, for different industries, different products, it's going to be a lot more specific than that. It's going to be country of smelt, country of pour, things like that. it's really because we're talking carbon here, again, we're not talking sort of across the board tariffs. What you want to isolate are where the carbon intensive processes are happening across the supply chains. And that, I think, simplifies it quite a bit. Now, of course, tracking that can be less than simple, but there are already sort of trade remedies and trade tools in place that exist that can sort of bat back against efforts to do transshipping and sort of hide the country of origin. I would also add on the other question of like sort of the details of like how do you actually do this, to what Katrina and Linda were talking on earlier. I mean, the one sort of method for determining, as you go down the supply chain to more complex goods, the question is, how do you operationalize where you draw the line? One way the Clean Competition Act tries to do it is it offers one threshold built on sort of the weight of the covered content in the car or the washing machine, whatever. Say if you have more than 500 pounds or more than 125 pounds, it ratchets down over time, and then is left to the discretion of the Secretary of the Treasury. We do a roll up of all the sort of the weight of the goods, and then we look up their country of origin, and that's the how it's border adjusted. There's also, as you can see in like the USMCA, the bill also considers using a value of material inputs, which makes probably a lot more sense for more of the complex chemicals that Linda deals with and is referring to. How much does hydrogen weigh? Well, atomically, not very much. So, I mean, there are going to have to be different systems for dealing with complex goods. Here are two of them. I'm sure there are better, more thoughtful systems for how to isolate these, particularly sort of purpose-made for different industries, and would very much welcome your feedback as we continue to work on these bills.
Thank you. Did anyone else want to weigh in?
I'll weigh in briefly. I think this really highlights some of the complexity of this issue and the importance of getting the details right. The Foreign Pollution Fee Act does include a number of provisions in there related to international partnerships, and certainly gives a lot of ink to developing economies. For low and middle income economies, it has an arrangement to encourage them to establish a partnership with the United States and with certain requirements. And I'm happy to share more details and get feedback with folks on the line. But this kind of partnership would require a similar trade policy that discourages market access to high pollution intensity countries, eliminates the foreign pollution fee on products within the partnership that are within 50% of the pollution intensity of the US, lowers the trade barriers for US exports to partner countries, and also encourages pollution data sharing and verification, much like we discussed earlier today. So that said, this is part of an ongoing conversation. How do we treat all these other developing economies who also want to work with the US in reducing emissions while deploying a lot of while supporting manufacturing?
That's great. I think that we have covered a tremendous amount of ground in a very brief 45-minute panel. I want to thank all my panelists for their insights. I myself am very excited about the prospects of 2024, and I'm also an optimist. Please check out everyone's respective websites on these issues, and we look forward to our next WEDA environmental convening in the next couple of weeks. Ken?
Thanks so much, Maureen. Before I let you guys go, do I sense that there's a feeling like a consensus can be reached? One of the questions was asking about whether or not you think that there's enough common ground to reach a consensus to be able to move forward on some of these critical issues, notwithstanding that there's the timing on the calendar and such, and getting legislation passed is always a difficult exercise.
What do you think, Matt?
I think they pay me to say yes. I would observe that. I mean, looking at the question you're referencing, I think one of the really neat things about this policy is, even if you really don't care about emissions and you're some really, really red meat, I just don't want to deal with that, I think the other country should go first, that's your sort of stance. There's economic reasons to do this. There's cold, like, financial calculus here. There's geopolitical reasons to do this. You can still have 2 out of 3, and that's reason enough to pursue a policy like this. And actually, I would encourage folks who really don't want to do this for the emissions reasons. I would encourage them. That's all the more reason they should get in here and get involved in the conversation and provide their perspective on the right way to do this. because there's so much that we're just leaving on the table if we don't engage in this conversation, if we sort of sit by as the rest of the world zooms ahead towards these types of carbon border adjustment mechanisms.
And my optimism continues as well. There's a lot to work to be done, but looking forward to working with everyone assembled here in our elsewhere in our community on this.
Well, that's the note we love to end some of our WIDA sessions on, where we can try to find common ground and agreement even on issues that are so difficult, such as these. Thank you all very, very much. I really appreciate it, and please, we look forward to having you back on to continue the discussion of the important work that you all are doing. Thank you. With that, before we turn to our next session, I'd like to welcome on screen several of those who are in the audience today, who again, you may not see on Zoom, but are with us nonetheless. Deborah Wagoner, she's a global government affairs professional who many of us know and love, and a one-time chair of the Trade Committee of the National Foreign Trade Council. Alice Slayton-Clark, a VP for International Investment and Trade Policy at the U.S. Council for International Business. David Selmanson, Senior Director for Government Affairs at the American Farm Bureau Association, and Eric O'Toole of Barlow and Company. Welcome, Deborah, Alice, David, and Eric, and delighted to have you join us today. As we welcome on camera our next expert panel to provide some context to one of America's most critical global relationships. Some of you may know that Saturday kicked off celebrations of the Chinese Lunar New Year. 2024 is the year of the dragon. And we have a fantastic panel today to discuss some of the fiery issues in U.S.-China trade relations. Again, you can find all their biographies online, but that we emailed you today. But welcome on screen Anna Ashton, Director of China Corporate Affairs and U.S.-China and the Eurasia Group. Excuse me for fumbling my words there for a second, Anna. Jamison Greer, a partner with King & Spalding and a former USTR Chief of Staff. Jeremy Waterman, President of the China Center at the Vice President Greater China at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Our moderator, Tim Keeler, partner and co-leader of international trade at Mayer Brown, and also a former USTR Chief of Staff. And we're still expecting on screen, but he hasn't logged in yet, Paul Triolo, an associate partner there he is. He's got Tim Keeler's link. We'll fix that, so that's fixed later. Apologies. Associate partner for China and Technology Policy Lead at the Albright Stonebridge Group and Denton's Global Advisors. We'll take care of fixing that for you, Paul. There you go, Paul Triolo. Appreciate it. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you all for joining us. And Tim, take it away.
Thanks, Ken. Thanks, everyone. I myself had a login problem, so I'm using my phone. So apologies if the camera looks a little odd, but we've got a great panel for folks here. As Ken mentioned, we've got Anna Ashton, who is not only at the Eurasia Group, but formerly of the U.S.-China Business Council. Paul Triolo, who spent 25 years in the U.S. government. Jamison Greer, who, as Ken noted, was in, perhaps what is among the most important and powerful positions in the U.S. government, that being Chief of Staff at the U.S. Trade Representative's Office, and Jeremy Waterman, who has been a stalwart on these issues at U.S. Chamber of Commerce for many years now, but is also a USTR alum. So it's really a fantastic panel. We are. I'm going to kick it off with having Anna Ashton. And then Paul discuss geopolitical and trade issues right now in the U.S.-China relationship. And then we'll turn to Jamison and Jeremy to talk about China political issues, of which there are many. And we've got, I think, 50 minutes total. We'll try to get some to questions, both from myself and from audience members. And so looking forward to the discussion. Anna, let me turn it over to you.
Sounds good. Thanks. So I wanted to start off with a little bit of an overview of where things are in the China market right now. Hopes were high for a robust Chinese economy after the zero COVID policies were lifted, but that clearly didn't materialize the way that people thought that it might. And it's become increasingly evident that China's economic prospects are tethered to some pretty hard to resolve structural problems that are going to continue to drag on the country's recovery. Financial fragilities have been exposed. The property sector crisis is dragging on and is going to drag on. The stock market continues to have challenges. And perhaps most significant is flagging domestic consumption, which is indicative of the persistent lack of popular confidence in China's near-term economic prospects. We're past the window for a zero COVID rebound. And while Beijing is continuing to try to restore confidence domestically and prop up demand by throwing money at the problems, its efforts are going to have limited impact in the absence of a true shift towards bold reform, which we don't have real signs that we're likely to see. Foreign investors are diversifying their investments to balance out China risks like worsening regulatory compliance challenges, uncertainties over the primacy of growth or security in Chinese policy, questions about the prospects for the private sector amid a resurgence of support for the public sector, and persistent geopolitical differences that continue to feed de-risking efforts in the United States, Europe, and a number of other countries. All of this has made for something of a positive change in US-China relations. Beijing has been more amenable to coming to the table to at least establish communication or a more solid communication with Washington in the last several months. And we've seen the two sides establish something like a tactical truce. That is probably going to persist through this year. We give it about an 80% chance of persisting through this year, both because the White House is under pressure to demonstrate effective management of China, not just tough on China policy, but effective management to avoid conflict, and because China can't afford to not be courting foreign direct investment, including US foreign direct investment. Moreover, the prospects for improving the relationship in a significant, material way may be slim under the Biden administration, but there is even more uncertainty if there's not a second Biden administration. So this is a limited window for China to sort of entrench new dialogues and try to get the relationship stabilized. Stability is in both sides' best interest. So we think that that's how things will play out through 2024, but 2025 creates a whole new set of questions. And maybe I will pause there, pass it to Paul.
Great. Paul.
Cool, thanks. Great to comment on it. And happy to be on and with my esteemed colleagues, particularly Jeremy. So Anna mentioned that, that the administration was grappling with, managing the relationship and not just avoiding conflict. I think that technology is one of these areas that's going to continue to dog the relationship. So let me just touch on sort of the way we think about this. We work with a lot of clients in the tech sector, so we're working this on a daily basis, fielding questions about what's next. We're getting a lot of questions now on, how a Trump administration would handle some of these things. But I think it's clear that technology will remain at the center of the bilateral relationship. It was put there by Secretary Blinken in a May 2022 speech. And since that time, of course, we've seen a lot of measures taken by different parts of the US government on the technology, in the technology arena. So I think that the framework we prefer to use, and it's still certainly workable, is some of the comments coming from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan in September, October, November of 2022. I call this the Sullivan Doctrine. This is things like small yard high fence that you're probably all familiar with, the U.S. maintaining an absolute lead in the technology space. And then he also called out these three sectors, advanced compute, biotech, and green tech, as sort of these pillars of the economy and of key concern to U.S. national security. And I think he called them force multipliers. So since that time, we've seen a lot of policies come down the pike. We, of course, had the export control package on October 7th, which was fairly unprecedented in its scope and depth. And it was updated, of course, in October of 2023. In the biotech space, I think a little more slow to develop, but we do have, for example, a new data security executive order coming out shortly, which touches on data transfers involving things like genomic data and healthcare data, and sort of growing concern around biotech companies in China and what they're doing. And then green tech, which is of course the EV space, with a lot of discussion there about dependence on China in terms of supply chains for EV batteries, and talk about new tariffs on those supply chains and maybe on EVs. So that framing is something that we're dealing with a lot, because we have a lot of companies that are caught in one element or another of those pillar technology sectors, which are pretty broad if you look at the complete package there. So, for example, advanced compute really includes semiconductor manufacturing equipment, AI, and quantum computing, and that can cover a whole range of things. So we do have this temporary, arguably thaw in the relationship, which Anna alluded to, coming out of the November Biden-Xi meetings, the recommitment to the Bali process, and lots of dialogues back and forth. Jeremy is well familiar with these, the working groups, the finance and economic working groups with the Treasury Department, and of course the commercial issues working group. And then there's also a notional AI working group that will tackle some element of AI regulatory policy that's out there. So all good signs. But at the same time, as we look forward, I think we got a lot of potential other measures coming up that we deal with, and we're trying to understand between now and November, because there is the sense that the Biden administration wants to continue to be tough on China, be seen as tough on China, with Trump weighing in regularly on issues now. I think there's even more pressure to appear tough on China. So in the coming weeks, for example, we'll see a lot of different measures. We'll see new export controls, for example, that there have been some media reports that we could see the inclusion, for example, of RISC-V, the open architecture for chip design, included companies or organizations involved in RISC-V included on the Entity List. There may be other Chinese companies added to the Entity List around things like legacy semiconductors. And we could see tightening of licenses around some key players in China. So that's going to happen probably sooner rather than later. We've also got the outbound investment executive order, the rule for that coming pretty soon. I think it could be as early as next week. That's been in the making for a while. That came out in August of last year. So that outbound investment is focused narrowly on technology areas, AI, semiconductors, and quantum computing. And then we have this new data security executive order, which will probably come out also within the next couple of weeks. I think the administration is trying to sequence these measures with the ongoing bilateral dialogues, with the Chinese New Year, with upcoming other dates in the Chinese calendar, the NPC in early March, for example. So there's a lot of orchestration and choreography going on here around when to release some of these policies, because we would expect, for example, Beijing to react. And I'll get to that in a second. And then finally, in terms of measures, we also have a new implementing rules coming out around the ICATS supply chain rule. This is if you may remember your executive orders. That's Executive Order 13873, which was never really implemented. BIS now has a special office to implement that rule, and we'll probably see something coming soon around connected vehicles and ADAS systems. So again, that will all likely involve a heavy China nexus for the first set of rulemaking around that, or implementation of those rules coming out of the ICATS supply chain executive order. And so for our companies, then finally, what happens then is they're increasingly caught in this crossfire between U.S. measures, for example, and compliance, and then of course the Chinese reaction to this. And so over the next few months, we're looking at a whole range of issues. One is, as Anna noted, the economic slowdown in China, and then the difficult policy environment in China that companies are facing. Jeremy, I assume we'll touch on this as we go forward, and then also again the changing goalposts of some of these technology rules. The industry is very concerned that the administration has been changing the goalposts on that, so they're grappling with that too. And then the Beijing's retaliation function, I think, is really tricky to assess. Last year, for example, for the first time, they rolled out the unreliable entities list. They targeted Micron for a cybersecurity review. So there was clearly a retaliation function in China that has been evolving and gaining steam. They put some critical minerals, for example, on export control lists, graphite, gallium, and germanium. And so that's another big issue that companies are dealing with in China. And they're dealing with both the sort of Chinese response in terms of industrial policy and changing measures in some sectors like semiconductors. They're also dealing with targeted Chinese retaliation of the type that we saw last year. And then there's a whole other host of sort of behind the scenes internal guidance issues that companies are dealing with that are also in part related to U.S. measures, responses, the Chinese government, guidance on procurement and all of those other things that are much more difficult to track. Their internal guidance, the Chinese government won't acknowledge them, and it's difficult to raise those in some of these bilateral dialogues, for example. And so companies are dealing with a lot of challenges in China around technology issues in particular, and things like supply chains. And then finally, we've been getting a lot of companies coming to us around Taiwan and Taiwan risks. I'm not sure to the extent to which you discussed Taiwan before previously, but we're having companies in many sectors come to us, and we're doing a lot of Taiwan risk management scenarios where we get deep under the hood and understand their supply chains in China and try to come up with scenarios around disruption of those, short of course, of a full military action around Taiwan. But companies are increasingly concerned that issue could really be disruptive, particularly in industries like IT, across IT sectors and semiconductor sectors, where any kind of action around Taiwan would have catastrophic consequences for those sectors. So in any case, that's as we look forward to the election, I think we're going to see more U.S. government actions, and we're going to see some retaliation, very carefully measured by China to some of these things, as the administration manages the relationship and tries to avoid where we were a year ago, which was in a pretty bad state. But I think the uncertainty here is, as I think Anna mentioned too, around the election in November. What happens then? How do some of these policies change or not? And how should companies think about what we might see depending on whatever happens in November? We get a major change, or we have more of the same. So let me stop there, and happy to take questions as we go.
Thanks. Those both of you really fantastic overview of really all the geopolitical and economic issues going on between the U.S. and China, and that's your last comments, Paul, are a great segue into perhaps as you mentioned, we're in a political election year. So Jameson, let me kick it off to you.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate the comments from Anna and Paul talking about the China situation, and then Paul going over some of the measures that we have going on and some that might be coming down. I think that's really helpful and granular. I do want to talk. I want to take just a little bit of a step back, I think, and talk about some of the U.S. policy dynamics really underlying what's driven all the measures Paul was talking about, and the ones that might come forth. Obviously some of this is not going to be new to a lot of you who are on the phone, but I think it's just important to kind of realize that when we talk about preferred policy prescriptions regarding the U.S.-China economic relationship, it really depends on one's assessment of the challenges or the opportunities presented by China. And I'm going to kind of simplify this to really talk about kind of two camps or something like that. It's really a spectrum, right? I mean, policymakers are on a spectrum, but I think there are kind of two camps, at least for our purposes, we can think about it. There's the first camp who kind of view China as, frankly, an existential threat, right, to our economy or our national security, or both. And the view is that this justifies strong and broad measures to protect economic and national security, even if there might be some economic costs, right? And this view is really based on the idea that China has been focused on its own so-called decoupling from the U.S. and the West for many years, seeking to import only what it really needs and seeking to dominate its domestic market and international markets in the most strategic sectors. And none of that's really a secret. Folks in this camp, I would say, they tend to feel strongly about the need to manufacture in the United States, tend to be concerned about the forces that have resulted in decades of U.S. trade deficits in goods in particular. And so from an economic perspective, certainly a lot of folks would say that this camp is protectionist. Folks in this camp would probably call themselves pragmatists or realists. And then to be clear, there's also a security lens to this. There are folks in this camp who really just have strong concerns regarding China's increased militarism, right? Its buildup of conventional and strategic capabilities, combined with its assertion of authority and territorial disputes in Taiwan, India, Japan, South China Sea, and elsewhere. So that's kind of that group. And then you have another camp that, again, I think is thoughtful about these things. And their view tends to be that China is not 10 feet tall, and we shouldn't think of it as such, and that there might actually be some danger or harm to the United States in overestimating any threat posed by China. Some of this camp may also think that Chinese unfair trading practices, while bad, might be managed, and if they should be addressed, should be done so in a way that's really narrow, maybe consistent with WTO obligations and general principles of non-discrimination. And some in this camp might also seek to put into context China's military buildup, saying that this is kind of consistent with rising powers and that kind of thing. And I think that folks in this camp also have some concern that taking strong trade or economic measures to counter China's unfair trade or national security concerns can actually lead the United States to take actions or activities that might be contrary to perceived norms of the liberal international order. And this camp might also believe that there are ways to really work with China in areas of common concern, whether it's climate or other things, and that taking strong economic measures in one area could jeopardize these efforts in other areas. To be totally transparent, I'm not entirely good at describing the views of this last camp because I'm not really in it. I'm more in the first camp. But I think that it's fair to kind of describe where folks sit, and again, it's really on a spectrum. But I think if we can understand these different kind of conceptions of the challenges or opportunities posed by China, gives us more insight into what kind of policies might be coming down the pike and where compromises might need to be made as we kind of work through our own political system on these issues. I think too, just to note, I think it's meaningful that there are kind of two camps here and that they're discussing in a very public way how to best mitigate risk related to China. Right? Because first of all, it assumes that there is risk. And it's a discussion that really has taken center stage here in Washington. And this is something that, I think before 2016, 2015 wasn't the case. There were certainly folks concerned and talking about it. I mean, people on this, call, a lot of them have been thinking about it for a long time. But it's really on center stage now. And, discussion and use of new tools is at play in a way that wasn't before, right? I mean, I think historically everyone relied on anti-dumping countervailing duty laws, WTO rules, and then on the national security side, kind of relatively narrow export controls and sanctions. I mean, think about export control reform in the Obama era, where we were moving controlled items from the U.S. military list to the looser controls of the Export Administration Regulations. So we're really in a different place. And maybe I'll comment a little bit later on how the discussion on outbound investment really shows how these two camps think about things. But again, even there, it's not even really a partisan divide on this viewpoint. It's really a policy divide, I would say. There are folks in the Republican Party who are at odds. There are folks in the Democratic Party who have different views on this. So the question is, given this kind of setup and context, what's next here? Again, kind of hearing Paul talk about everything that's been done, everything that might be coming down, my sense is that a camp that's in favor of a more hawkish view, or whatever you want to call it, is ascendant in Washington. The Biden administration has maintained a lot of these Trump-era policies, and the putative GOP nominee has expressed an interest in raising tariffs on China. And there are a lot of other creative ideas out there, right, about SEC disclosures about China risk or Taiwan risk, de minimis reform for imports from China, potential renegotiation of trade agreements to account for content from China, and then preparing for the possibility of a sanctions regime in case there's any kind of kinetic action by China at some point. When it comes to companies and what they're doing, I mean, the companies I'm dealing with are trying to be pretty pragmatic about this. Many of them are looking to diversify supply chains out of China as a general matter. I do get the sense that there are some companies that are continuing to invest, and I think that the reason they're doing this is because they think their sectors are kind of insulated either from trade tensions or based on their sector. That being said, no one really feels completely insulated because they can be collateral in the event of collateral damage in the event of retaliatory actions, by either China or the United States. And frankly, really the folks we're dealing with right now, they're struggling with figuring out how do I comply with U.S. law while not angering Chinese officials, and vice versa, right? And then on top of that, they're also trying to figure out how do I triangulate vis-a-vis my competition, right? If I exit China or I give up that market for a variety of reasons, am I going to be backfilled by somebody else? Is someone else going to come in and take that and benefit because they have a higher risk tolerance? And so they're thinking, what are measures that can be taken to make sure that everyone's kind of taking the same risk approach? I think, from my perspective, ideally, I think we would want to get to a situation where the US and China are actively managing their trade. I know that that term is kind of anathema to free trade fundamentalists, but to the extent there are areas of non-sensitive trade where China and US can still do business, perhaps it makes sense to identify those areas and work toward it. As long as you have one side that's always been managing its trade for decades and one that has not, that one side's going to be at a disadvantage, and that's not really politically or economically sustainable for the US. But of course, in all this, China has agency. And so even if US policymakers are able to agree on the appropriate level of trade and openness toward China, that doesn't mean that China is going to agree. But I think it's worth the time for both China and the United States to kind of figure out where those lines sit.
Great, thanks. Jeremy, why don't you?
So thank you, Tim. Great pleasure, honor to be on this panel with a group of very distinguished experts. I'm not sure how much is left to be said at this point. A lot has been said. I agree with much of what has been said. I'll say for business first. Business overall is very sober, very level-headed about where we are with China these days. Look, that's not to say perfect knowledge, perfect understanding across the board, but I think overall, far greater understanding and appreciation in the boardroom, in the C-suite, and on down through GR, compliance, and so forth across the board when it comes to China. Clearly, and I talk about 4 or 5 body blows to US-China relations. Obviously, COVID was one. China's support for Russia was another. The fourth Taiwan crisis was yet a third. Xi Jinping's emphasis on security over growth and development and all that entailed and continues to entail was yet another wake-up call. And certainly now, I think when you talk to many companies, and certainly if you pick up a newspaper, many are looking at the prognosis for the Chinese economy now, in the near term, the medium term, and even the long term, and have real questions about whether the policies that are being pursued and policy making, the consistency of policy making, whether that is a recipe for sustained growth in the Chinese economy. Obviously, the Chinese economy is huge. It is the world's second largest economy. It's many economies. If you look at across regions and provinces, you have some that are still growing at a healthy clip, and you have others that probably have substantially negative growth. So it is a complicated picture. And look, China remains a critical market for many companies. There's just and the recent AmCham Business Climate Survey underscores that. EU Business Climate Surveys, Japan. There's no getting away from 1.3 billion people. If you're selling consumer goods, if you're selling agriculture, do we really want China getting all of its energy going forward from Russia and the Middle East? I think look, China is a if you are a licensor to the consumer electronics industry, if you're not going to license to China, who are you going to license to, right? So I think there are just a lot of questions that need to be thought through when it comes to and hard realities in terms of the importance of the China market for many businesses across sectors. Again, that said, and to pick up where I started, there's real sobriety about where we are with China, about legitimate national security concerns when it comes to China. I think business understands that 2024, I think Anna and Paul highlighted this, will be a year of largely defending the status quo. I think business is on some level resigned to increased security measures focused on countries of concern, including China. I think we're pleased that this administration is not that it always gets it right or is always getting it right, but it is trying to scope measures in a targeted way, and it is providing extended processes for notice and comment. So what we saw with the outbound investment EO and the ensuing ANPRM will move to a proposed rule Paul mentioned, and then ultimately a final rule, but that's going to hopefully be, at least an 8-month or even year-long process, right? With multiple opportunities for comment. We're going to see something similar on the data EO, I believe, which we'll see here, which Paul alluded to, where that will kick off again a process, probably a similarly lengthy process of consultation, of input, and so forth. So we do have an opportunity to explain to the administration the downsides and that these policies are appropriately balanced to consider, the national security concern, but also lost business and even lost competitiveness and even potential boomerangs on U.S. national security. These are very complicated issues and need to be thought through. Again, to the point of where business is, I think business generally understands the need for an outbound investment screening regime. I think there's an understanding for, that, some types of early stage investments into China probably should not be taking place. I think there's also a view that, a sanctions-based approach is not the right way to do that. I think, again, business is pretty sober. I think agree with the comments that the administration is not inclined, if it has its way, to rock the boat with Beijing, as President Biden does deal with his reelection. There are crises, obviously, that continue to unfold in Europe and the Middle East, and the last thing we need is a spark in Asia, right? And to have a third front here right now. That said, I think there's also, as Paul laid out well, there's a recognition the administration is going to move forward with a series of actions on the competitive agenda. He ticked off a bunch of those. Obviously, we're all waiting for the 4-year review of the Section 301 tariffs. I'm not sure that any of those, certainly Chinese retaliation is something that we watch closely. And I would say that, the dial on some level, if retaliation is a dial, the dial in Beijing is always on the on. It's always turned on, but I'm not sure that any of these actions would be viewed by Beijing as major muscle movements. If we look at, a relatively narrowly scoped data security EO, for example, when we compare that to China's rather draconian regime with regard to regulating data flows, for example, I think, hopefully China will understand, although I certainly would not bet my house on it, but obviously there has to be, every country has a right to look after, bulk sensitive data. Certainly Beijing looks after a lot more than just bulk sensitive data. I would just say with regard to the Hill environment, I think, there's a lot of proposals out there, but it's challenging, I think, as we all know, to legislate when the Congress is divided. There are also inter-party differences when it comes to a range of issues. Obviously, outbound investment legislation is one of those issues, and there are other differing viewpoints. And so I suspect the discussion and the examination will continue through this year. But I think that the baseline case, and certainly the business community is watching very closely, but I'm not sure we expect some of these, challenging issues to get resolved or to necessarily move forward this year. I agree very much with Paul. I think 2 big challenges going forward for business. One is the broad technology competition, which Paul spoke about, I think, quite comprehensively. The other one is overcapacity from China, or what we call ultra overcapacity. We are on the eve of 2025, and as we look back to Made in China 2025, I think we can say that China has executed and exactly what it said it would do in the Made in China 2025 policy and in the Green Book that underpins Made in China 2025. So the fact that we now see significant overcapacity, brewing across a range of sectors, and is, I think, not a surprise if we take Beijing at its word. Beijing has largely executed, and obviously that overcapacity, particularly the downstream overcapacity, is going to present a variety of challenges when we think about not so much supply, but demand. The demand for legacy semiconductors, for example, what that means for scale going forward, what that means for efficiency and price, to the extent China is monopolizing or disproportionately occupying a very substantial role in global supply chains and demand for certain products that incorporate legacy semiconductors. That's going to be, a significant issue for, I think, U.S. policymakers and, of course, for U.S. business as well going forward as the government considers responses that have collateral damage, including for business. So I think, look, business welcomes this respite. I think very pleased that the two governments are talking to one another in a variety of fora. We're hopeful that the current pause in tensions will yield some improvements in the business climate in China. To be straight, we have not seen meaningful or tangible improvements in the business climate. We see a fair amount of talk. Obviously, delegations going to Davos. We're back. We're open for business, but we see a continuing emphasis on security inside China. I do think the Chinese are working hard to maintain the investment that they do have in the market. So I think many companies do report that they are, issues that they try to get resolved are being attended to in the market. But in terms of new market opening, in terms of ongoing industrial policies in sensitive areas, as Paul mentioned, we are not seeing, improvements. Obviously, hope that maybe the upcoming vice ministerial of the Commercial Issues Working Group can touch on some of those issues, but I think expectations are modest. And I think we'll see if the Chinese, as they deal with a faltering economy and negative FDI for the first time in many, many years, we will see if there is a willingness to make some material changes that would actually improve the business environment, as well as curb this overcapacity, which is sadly going to fuel another round of tensions, not only with the U.S., but with also many of China's other trading partners. So I'll leave it there and look forward to the Q&A.
Thank you. Let me just note to our audience, please do send in questions. We do have one. Let me kick things off and pose a question to Anna along the lines of what Jeremy said, because at the end there, the economic. I mean, everybody who's been working on China for decades now, it's been in the context of a fast-growing China. Now, what you mentioned the economic slowdown, and negative, and Jeremy mentioned negative FDI possibility. This is a huge change from what the business community and policymakers, the backdrop. How big of an impact might that have with the U.S.-China relationship, even if it isn't a slight thawing period? I mean, it's more of a talking thaw than an action thaw. So, and any quick thoughts you have on that?
Sure. So, of course, it's a big deal. It's never been easy to do business in China, and I would say that the challenges that have evolved in the present day are just the latest challenges. They're different from previous challenges. The concerns over whether or not the Chinese economy is going to grow faster in the near, medium, or long term have to be thought of in context, which is that a 1.3 or 1.4 billion person economy growing, even if it's not growing at the 5% that it says it's growing, if it's growing at 3%, it's still growing a pretty significant amount, and that's a lot of opportunity for business. this has never been a major consumer market in terms of domestic demand. And if domestic demand is down right now, that's not a big change from what is standard in China. I mean, there's been a long held desire to increase domestic demand, but the fact that it hasn't been accomplished yet doesn't change the fact that the possibility presents huge business opportunity. I think the real issue here is that the economic changes are happening in the context of both countries looking at each other as national security threats, as adversaries. And the geopolitics of the relationship make it unlikely that even in a positive economic situation, US companies would be able to fare as well as competitors from other countries, that they would be treated fairly.
Great, thank you. Jameson, we got the first question in, I'm going to pose to you with one add-on too. What are the most effective trade tools at the US's disposal to diversify our critical mineral supply chains and become less dependent on China? And then if you could just expand a little bit on your, if the US wanted to move towards managed trade, and you described letting non-sensitive trade happen, but of course, who defines what's non-sensitive? It could be in the eye of the beholder, particularly if there's a member of Congress who represents that area. It does consider it sensitive. So if you could just briefly touch on those 2 points.
Sure. On the first question, what trade tools can we use to diversify our critical mineral supply chain from China? We're seeing some of them being tested right now, right? So if you look at the tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act, if you want to get a tax credit for a clean vehicle, the battery components, and the critical minerals, they can't come from a foreign country or a foreign entity of concern, meaning writ large, a Chinese company. So that kind of concept, you could take that and you could put it into, rules of origin or things like that. There are challenges with that though too, right? I mean, first of all, can you do it like on a cliff like that, right? Or is it the kind of thing you have to phase in? Also, if you want to do that, but you don't have an energy or regulatory domestic policy in the United States that can facilitate that kind of thing, can make it hard, right? I mean, we actually have tons of lithium in the United States. We have huge amounts of lithium, but we don't have processing, right? They have processing in China. So I think, certainly trade tools matter and they're important and they can create, carrots and sticks. But I think you do have to marry it also with, energy policy, tax policy, and different things. I mean, there's just a lot of levers that go into to doing this. I think they all have to be considered. On your other point, if you're trying to have a managed trade situation with China, what do you do, right? I mean, again, I think you saw a tentative at this in the phase 1 agreement with China and the Trump administration, where at least on the US side, it said, hey, here are the kind of things we want to be selling to you. These are the kind of sectors where we want to be selling. And then, I think a lot of the way that the United States draws its lines on our side are through the national security side of things, right? Where we have export controls. We don't want to be selling you this. We don't want to be trading in these ways. But I mean, all of that is a little disjointed, right? There's trade, there's national security, different agencies doing different things. And you're right. I think that it is in the eye of the beholder, and it's a conversation that has to be had. So by no means is it an easy thing to do, but I think the more you can get to figuring out where areas where we can trade without having huge conflagrations, that's better for both sides and more stable, frankly.
Great. Paul, if you could weigh in on the critical minerals
Sure.
issue generally, but one other thing I want you to add on is it's sort of like, if we transport it back in time even 10 years, the nature of the baseline of this conversation would be sort of shocking, right? Because I think we'd all agree with what Jeremy described as sort of a pseudo thaw that's happening right now. And there's a pseudo thaw, and we're about to have, these multiple executive orders or rulemakings putting into place executive orders, and regulations on IRA implementation that identify FEOCs. Every single one of these are clearly either they name China explicitly, or it's obvious the whole thing is about China. And 10, 15 years ago on the diplomatic side, that would have been seen as sort of like burning down the diplomatic house with China, that the reaction would be furious. Is this pseudo thaw? I mean, everything you described is public. I should say it's the first I've heard maybe outbound rules go pop next week. Besides that, obviously at this point the Chinese have they sort of diplomatically baked this in the cake? Are they sort of accepting writ large all these things, or
good question?
In fact, is it going to be a rockier year, even though they may not want the Biden administration may not want it to be a rocky year?
Great question. Let me just quickly tackle critical minerals, just to add on to the great comments from Jameson. We work with a lot of companies in the sector, so we've done a lot of deep dives into some of the risks around critical minerals. And it's important to note that there are like 70 critical minerals, and they all have different supply chains and different complexities. So I would just say that there's the two of most importance are EV battery supply chains. And there you're talking about lithium and cobalt and graphite and others. And then there's the rare earths. And both of those have very different approaches to try to solve the dependency. And the critical thing to remember is it's not just about mining and processing. A lot of the areas where Chinese companies lead by 10 years in some cases is in producing the final product, producing that rare earth magnet or producing that graphite anode. And there it's much more difficult to see trade policy sort of making a difference there. There has to be some incentives for industry. So when I talk to a guy who I regularly about the rare earths industry, he's saying, hey, you need $300 billion worth of incentives over a 15-year period to make a dent on rare earths, right? Because companies are competing with much lower cost Chinese counterparts, and the Chinese have a vertically integrated industry that controls, not just the mining, the processing, but really critically that sort of IP at the end use. And by the way, Chinese government is aware of this and will likely see more controls put in place to control IP related to processing of critical minerals. They've already got a number of those on their export control list. And so it's a tricky thing to solve because this is a 10 or 15-year problem to incentivize industry, get a public-private partnerships going to actually make a dent in all this stuff. And particularly critical minerals, particularly the rare earths is tough. The EV battery supply chains, I think, is more tractable. That technology is changing more rapidly. New solid-state batteries are coming. Chinese companies are very innovative in all those spaces, though. And just today, I was reading about a calcium-based battery that China is working on. They've set up consortium on solid-state batteries. They'll probably be the first to really commercially go with scaled production of solid-state batteries. So it's a really tough uphill battle here on all the materials fronts, and particularly for EV batteries. And I'm not sure that we can have an EV sector in the U.S. by excluding Chinese companies from that battery space for the next decade, because 15 of the top 20 companies making batteries are Chinese. On the sort of broader issue that you raised there, and remind me again on you're talking about in the last how things have changed in the last 10 years, but I forgot sort of the specific thread there. Although I had an answer already.
Well, very quick because we're short on time. It's have the Chinese internalized? Do you think they're fully internalized with all these EOs and regs targeted them coming down the pike in 2024?
Yeah, I mean, I think that to some degree they sort of written off certain elements of U.S. policy, right? They don't think that the U.S. is going to roll back, for example, export control. So that's what I was alluding to. The response function is complicated because in that, like on semiconductors and manufacturing equipment, they're putting in place a whole new strategy and a whole new industrial policy around the semiconductor industry. And I have a paper out in a couple of weeks, which will go into great depth on that. But suffice to say, they're going to be developing more sophisticated government private sector partnerships, allowing companies access to R&D, and so they're going to pursue a whole range of new approaches to the semiconductor industry. So at the same time as they're pushing back, there'll be a lot of rhetoric coming out of Beijing when there are new export control measures or new companies added to the entity list. But they're sort of expecting that. They're expecting more companies to be added, so they won't be surprised by that. So I agree with Jeremy that individually all of these different actions aren't going to generate a response. But I think in general the Chinese government has sort of, you know, is assuming that a lot of these things are going to come down the pike. They may react in a targeted way with some of those measures I mentioned earlier, you know, dialing up things like they did very cleverly last year by targeting companies like Micron, which has a fairly important but small market presence in China. And that's still murky at exactly how much market share Micron will lose, for example. But they've chosen their retaliatory targets very carefully, so they don't have a big impact on their domestic economic goals. And so that's what we'll be seeing coming up. Targeted reactions, small, but nothing that either upsets the relationship or damages their economy.
I think we have less than a minute, and I think you had a critical minerals point, and then Jeremy, maybe you could just address quickly the two questions from the audience we have out there.
I just wanted to echo Jameson's point that the solution has to involve more than trade, but at the same time, you know, trade is part of a good defense. We need more than just offense. We've got to have a defense, and you know, it may be true that we're in an era where the new normal is managed trade. But we've got to be thinking in a more aggressive way about who our team is going to be, what we want that to look like, who are we willing to partner with, and how. You know, maybe there's no path to TPP or CPTPP, but what are we willing to consider in terms of working with allies, partners, neighbors? Because you know, while we're not thinking about that, China certainly is.
And Jeremy, real quickly, if you could address the audience questions. One on
look on CPTPP, RCEP, CPTPP. Look, China's thinking about it. Some of what China is doing on data is not so much about making life easier for foreign companies. It is about trying to perhaps accede to CPTPP. I think the Chinese have their own doubts about whether you know, whether the members of CPTPP will allow China to join, particularly given all that they're going to face on overcapacity going forward. You know, so, you know, I do think, you know, China's approach to using, whether it's US FTAs, EU FTAs, and so forth to circumvent bilateral measures is something that will be looked at in terms of the trade policy agenda going forward, and is going to be certainly a challenge for us in the business community. You know, obviously, we'd like to see the U.S. government get back in the business of negotiating trade agreements. But as China continues to use sort of such loopholes to circumvent, that's going to be a challenge. On abandoning a large part of climate ambitions, you know, I think, look, there's little question that obviously, you know, if we just let China supply all the world's solar panels, you know, that would be that might, you know, help on the climate side. But that's not, you know, the world is not that simple. I think we all know that. And I think the other thing, obviously, China continues to build out tremendous amount of coal-fire plant capacity domestically, and in part because of security reasons. They're moving forward rapidly on renewables as well. Huge installed renewable capacity in China. So give them credit for that. But also, it's not clear, you know, certainly China's not necessarily, at least for now, pulling its weight, you know, when it comes to coal. And so, you know, again, the world is complicated. So it's a fair question, but you know, not a straightforward one to answer.
Great. Well, let me thank all of our panelists. Thank you to Ken for letting us go just a couple minutes over. It's obviously a supremely important topic. We really had 4 just fantastic experts that was literally covering the waterfront of U.S.-China economic, geopolitical relations and political relations in 53 minutes. So I hope we accomplished our goal. Ken, thanks to everyone. Let me turn it back to Ken.
You know, Jeremy, I think you gave me the new subtitle for the conference. The world is complicated. And it's something it's a great transition to our next panel. Thank you, Jameson, Jeremy, Paul, Anna, and Tim. Very grateful to the 5 of you. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to welcome on as we welcome on our next panel, I want to welcome several of those who are in the audience today, even if you cannot see them on Zoom. Tina Galati, a senior advisor of the International Trade and Travel at the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Department. Rebecca Yarvitz, an international trade specialist at the International Trade Administration's Office of Supply Chain Services at the U.S. Department of Commerce. Leah Liston, a director of Customs and Trade Affairs at the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative. And Noel Britton, a deputy chief of staff to Congressman Lloyd Smucker of Pennsylvania. Welcome, Tina, Rebecca, and Leah, and Noel, and welcome to our fourth panel, who we'll invite now to turn on their cameras. In some way, I think this session may have a lot of crossover appeal for both trade professionals and the general public. How does what happens around the world impact trade? How does it impact us all as consumers and users of products that move around the world on boats, planes, trucks, and through cyberspace? And what can and should companies do to manage those risks? We have a great panel assembled, starting with our moderator, my dear friend Penny Noss, Trade Experts. Penny worked with us to pull together this all-star panel, and we're delighted to welcome here today Stephanie Ali, Senior Director at Rice, Hadley, Gates, and Manuel, Mark Gilbert, a Managing Director and Senior Partner at Boston Consulting Group, Michelle LaPlante, Director, Risk Management, Resiliency, and Enterprise Risk and Security Management at TE Connectivity, and Cheryl Steele, Vice President of Global Security and Resilience and the Chief Security Officer at Starbucks Coffee Company, which I think a few of you may have heard of. Welcome to all of you. Penny, take us away.
Well, great, Ken. Thank you so much. And I agree with Jeremy's last point, the world is complicated. So today, and I think we're going to have a fantastic session. First, I think we're going to look to identify the top areas of geopolitical risk to supply chains and trade. And then we're going to turn to discussing concrete steps companies and governments can take to identify and plan for these risks. And finally, how to help companies think about turning these risks into opportunities. Now, I frankly, after last evening, I think even Taylor Swift would want to make an appearance to hear about all of the great things we're going to talk about today, although she, I think, had quite a late night, so won't be able to probably join us, Ken, in case you may have sent her the link. But with that, I'm going to turn first to Mark Gilbert from BCG. Mark, I think that you all have recently completed some analysis on these issues. Can you share with us what some of your thoughts are with regards to the kind of the top geopolitical risk and how they might impact supply chains, and then what companies can do to potentially think about mitigating those risks?
Fabulous. Thank you, Penny. Appreciate you all accepting me here and having me on this panel. It is a pleasure and an honor. In response to your ask, Penny, I think, well, typical of us consultants, it would be useful, or I'd be remiss to not bring up a couple of PowerPoint displays. So I'll do so, and please bear in mind this is a body of work that has been evolving, that BCG has been working on for several years now. So let me share my display. And do you all see this? Is that a yes? We're good? Excellent. I'll put it into presentation mode. Very good. So BCG set up this entity to evaluate, observe, and advise clients around geopolitics and trade 6 years ago. And something that we've been doing is trying to figure out what the evolution of trade will look like over the course of time. And this is our 4th edition. And of course, events of the year, whether it's COVID, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's the Middle East, influenced a bit of our outlook. But this is a bit of a build slide. And please keep in mind, this is only the flow of goods. So it's not the flow of services. It's not foreign direct investment, but it's purely the flow of goods. And we take existing data and we forecast it out. There's a set of algorithms behind this. It's 500,000 data points. It's not perfect. In fact, it is absolutely specifically wrong, but it is directionally, we believe, correct. And a couple of messages will pop out here. Let me fill the slide up and you'll see it as it appeared. So the first message is trade is growing at 2.8%, which is below a global GDP growth over the next decade. So it's going to continue to grow, albeit at a slightly slower rate than GDP is growing, at least to the consensus forecast. What that means is this is a different world than we've been accustomed to for the last 40 years, where trade has grown faster than global GDP. Whereas now we're seeing it's not a lot, it's about 0.2%, 0.3% off consensus, but it is slightly slower growth. So that's takeaway number one. Takeaway number two is, not surprisingly, there's more green with the Southern Hemisphere. And green is essentially, I'm growing faster than GDP. Yellow is, I'm growing, but slightly slower than global GDP. And red is, I'm shrinking. So you see more green in the south-south, if you like. And historically, it's been much more north, east, west. Now it's north-south and it's south-south. You do see some red, of course, between China and the US, UK after Brexit. It's not a pretty picture. The dislocation that's taken place between Russia and Europe, and a couple of other small reds. And then you see some yellows, where it's slower, but it's still continuing to grow. So think of US with Canada, and think of EU with China, for example. What are the main drivers that you get that really explain this chart is really quite important to us. And there are essentially 5 of them. And the display prior to that said it, but it said it in a way that might have been hard to digest. So the first one is there's really an increase that's expected in the amount of trade between what we call USMCA bloc. It's been reinforced with efforts like the CHIPS Act and the IRA. Frankly, the most benefiting nation, and we all know Mexico has now surpassed China as the main trading nation with the US. It's mostly Mexico. Yes, as a Canadian, Canada does benefit as well, but not nearly as much as Mexico. And we call this force number 1, stronghold North America. It's the most material change that we'll see over the next decade. The second force, which has been underway for many years now, has not changed, whether it's the prior administration or the current. It's the China trade dynamic, which is most acute with the US, but actually is systemically affecting China and all Western nations. Western, as we think of the G7 and so forth. We saw that Europe didn't sign the trade agreement with China. So the trade dynamic with China is evolving in that there's a desire, an actual action to reduce concentration in China. Now, where that trade is going, in part, it's coming home, stronghold North America in our case, but in part, it's also going to Southeast Asia. Think of the force driver number 3, which is ASEAN trade growth. And there already has been lots of moves. Think of Apple that's going into Southeast Asia to assemble iPhones, but it's also going to India, which takes us to the fourth main consideration or driving force here, which is the rise of India. India has put a substantial amount of energy and effort to rebuild its infrastructure, build up its logistics network, reduce corruption. And we believe India is going to be a net benefactor of the shift of trade, predominantly out of China, but also moving beyond offering services to offering finished goods. Again, Apple going there as an example of the trust that they have in the capabilities of India to furnish and supply an appropriate quality product. And then the last one is mostly behind us. It's happened. It's in arrears. It's the divergence out of Russia. Truth be told, trade hasn't stopped out of Russia. It's just gone elsewhere. It's just one of these forces that's major and dislocating and affecting all parts of the world, but it's kind of one of those that has happened. So I'm trying to go fast to give a chance to others to chime in. I'll just close with 5 main actions that we see companies, clients of ours, take as no regret moves. Clearly, the word resiliency stands out, but it really comes through geographic diversity, reducing concentration risk. It makes for more complicated supply chains. So one would think more resilient, yes, but slightly more complicated because you have more procurement, more manufacturing points. The second one is it brings in volatility and pricing, and it can expose you to inflation. So you need to navigate that very well. I think inflation's finally subsiding, so this is less of an issue, but certainly the volatility continues to be an issue that firms are dealing with. The third piece is, we call it fragmented world organizations. So what you set up in Southeast Asia or in China is different than what you set up in the Western world. Large corporates weren't set up this way. They're clearly moving this way now to segregate data, to protect intellectual property, and actually just to be able to source and serve a market with unique characteristics in a fragmented world. The next piece is making sure you're managing risk and cybersecurity actively and not waiting for it to happen to you. And the last one, and the one that's most dear to me, is this notion that geopolitics affects you only on the margin and that you only deal with it when there's a shock is behind us. It's part of the boardroom, it's part of the C-suite, it's now part of the capital allocation process and strategic planning process in most large corporates, certainly those that have multiple sources or multiple destinations in their products or services. And that's really moved from a sort of GR tendency or sitting in comms to actually sitting front and center in the planning processes. All right, Penny, I tried to do it as quickly as I could. It's a lot of content, hard not to do with in less time.
No, thank you, Mark. Thanks very much for that. We'll come back to you on a couple of some of the more specific points in a bit. I want to turn to our other panel of experts. So Cheryl, sitting at Starbucks, a company I think many of us know well on this call, probably consumed some of your products today. Reacting to Mark's presentation, does this fit with what you're seeing, or are there things that maybe are slightly different than or expand upon what Mark has said?
Thanks, Penny. I think Mark set me up perfectly with his final slide, because there are two takeaways on that particularly that I think are my lived existence every day, and that was this element of kind of turbocharging around risk preparedness, and then that second piece around building geopolitical muscle. For some folks in the audience, you might be wondering why somebody whose kind of subheader title is Chief Physical Security Officer is on a panel like this, but it really comes from my working title, which is around resiliency. And so, a big piece of what my team is doing and kind of my role as I look at it is much more of that of a risk professional. So how do we help integrate insights such as those from BCG, from others, from across our global enterprise into actionable insights for the C-suite? As you mentioned, Starbucks, thankfully, is a part of many people's daily routine, but of course, not just here in the United States, but across the 84 countries in which we operate more than 34,000 stores. That is part of who we are. It is operating as a global company selling largely coffee, which is a commodity coming out of origin countries. And so these elements of how do we be forward-looking, interpret insights through the lens of the enterprise and kind of digest those in a way that are meaningful to the business, right? So it's one thing to talk about a potential for geopolitical conflict. What does that mean for the world? But then what does it mean to our C-suite, to our board, and to our shareholders as they're thinking about the future of Starbucks? So those are just kind of two of the things that immediately resonated for me coming out of Mark's presentation and on this topic writ large.
Thank you, Cheryl. Michelle, moving maybe from the physical, the coffee and the shops to the electronics and the service-based. How is TA Connectivity thinking about these issues as well? Does Mark's presentation summarize what you're thinking about internally?
Yeah, thanks, Penny. That's right. So TE Connectivity is, I like to say, the biggest company you've never heard of. We manufacture small, high-tech components. And so we are everywhere, share a similar footprint as Cheryl was saying, a global company, indeed. And I think what resonated from me, at least, and for my team, is this notion, I really like that geopolitical muscle building. One of the ways that we're seeking to enhance decision support is adding an intel component to the analysis. So we talked about kind of building that muscle, but it can be harnessed internally as well. And you've heard me talk about the existing intellectual horsepower that may exist within your companies, your organizations. Who's gathering that and who's putting something together to arrive or help executives arrive at a so what for their company or their business unit or their region. And as Cheryl points out, yes, you can be everywhere, everyone's reading the news, but what is the impact to the business? What do people actually care about? And I think that's part of that geopolitical muscle building that Mark alluded to and that Cheryl hit on as well. Thanks, Penny. I'm happy to go on, but I'm sure we all have a lot of thoughts here.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that, geopolitics is not something that in the past has been incorporated in most MBA programs. So we have a lot of senior executives that are also having to learn on the job on some of this stuff. Stephanie, maybe you can talk a little bit. How does, Rice Hadley Gates work with your customers and your clients to help them and help boards and the C-suites with that, given, Connie Rice, Steve Hadley, Bob Gates, and kind of the expertise they can bring to folks and that they do bring to bear to, do you see the same things, some of the same stuff that we heard from Mark?
Thanks, Penny, for having me here. I really appreciate it. And yes, a lot of what Mark and Cheryl and Michelle is saying really resonates. And I think the thing that we see that's interesting is there is absolutely the desire to build that geopolitical muscle and turbocharge. I like how you said that, Cheryl, the risk preparedness. The challenge is sometimes that shift and getting the right process, getting the right resources in place, that can be a little tricky. There was a McKinsey survey in December that asked executives what their number one worry is. It's geopolitical risks. But in that same survey, interestingly, when the executives were asked what their top priorities were for 2024, they said the priorities were, where geopolitical risks were at the bottom. And they were, of course, focused on things like growing their company, AI, the day-to-day kinds of things they have to do to run their business successfully. So this is where we come in, because we help them step back, we help them zoom out, and we help them figure out a process that's going to help them track these risks, and not just track them and monitor them, but actually put in place some mitigation strategies, or even take advantage sometimes when risks pop up. So what we do is actually a process that the CIA does, which is we set up a risk matrix with clients. And so it really depends on the sector. It really depends on the customers that client is selling to. But the idea is you break down risks into very discrete, measurable categories that you can watch. And so I'm talking about things like, if you're talking about political risks, you look at frequency of meetings between leaders. You look at the kind of economic actions that are going on, positive and negative. And you basically assess, is it getting better? Is it getting worse? Or is it kind of at a steady state? And you do that across many, many dozens of different indicators in that matrix so that you can get a more holistic picture of what's happening in that market or in that series of countries you're worried about. And then what we recommend that the client does is, and when they've done that internally, by the way, they get input from a variety of different sources, from their own people on the ground in country, from open source, from other channels. And then we also will meet with them and we'll go through what they've ranked everything as, and we'll give them our feedback. Because sometimes what happens is you have people who are absolute experts. They're on the ground, they're in Hong Kong or wherever, but they have understandable equities. If they're on a sales team, their worries about risks might be a little different than ours are, because we know the political climate in DC, or we've had some very high level of conversations with officials, and we kind of know where the policy is going. And so we have some different worries that we want to make sure the company is taking into consideration. So the idea is you make the matrix, you classify everything, and then you really rigorously test the assumptions and you challenge them if necessary. And then the other important piece is you don't just do that when a crisis erupts, and you don't just do it once a year. You have to set up a mechanism where you're actually doing this as part of your normal business. So sometimes it's once a quarter, sometimes it's twice a year. It really depends on what the situation is. But the idea is it's mandatory and it has to be done. And it's just part of business. And then the other piece, the final piece of all this, is that as you develop that matrix, you start thinking, okay, so what would be something that would happen that would be catastrophic, or that would cause us to really need to change something about our operations, something about how we protect our employees, something about the way we do business, supply chains, whatever it is, data. And at what point would we need to take action? And what should those action or actions be? So you develop those strategies before you need them, ideally. And then when your risk indicators get to a point where it's blinking yellow and you start to have concerns, you can go ahead and go to leadership and start having those conversations early. So that's the process that we recommend, and we have found to be very helpful for clients.
Thank you, Stephanie. Michelle, can I ask, to follow up on that a little bit? So when you talk about some of the information, let's get very practical here. Inside a company, sometimes you have executives and they might read wherever the headquarters is, local sports paper, to see what the local sports scores were, and maybe the Wall Street Journal. How do you take what Stephanie's talking about and bring it into your company and bring in the right information sources so that everybody's on the same page in today's world? I know that's a challenge, but everybody's on the same page with regards to kind of some of the main facts as you guys are working through and thinking about your risk and resiliency planning.
Yeah, thanks. So I think it goes to, excuse me, that notion I mentioned earlier of kind of harnessing what's out there, both internally and externally, like you said, from the paper or from your government affairs team or from your legal ops or someone on the ground. And that's why, at least what we've sought to do within TE is build this kind of one voice, if you will, right? So that because something could happen and boom goes in the middle of the night in XYZ region, but the executives, the decision makers aren't sure how that applies to them. But by doing that kind of sourcing, figuring out, does this really have an impact? Harnessing, like I said, the internal inputs, the external, and filtering. I know everyone's heard it, the signal through the noise, and then kind of that concise, so what? This is how it could play out, or this is why we think you need to pay attention to this one piece, this one nugget, and try to give them a more concrete impact. And that goes to, like, as you're mentioning, the resiliency piece. So how do we test for that impact? Stephanie mentioned this too, that robust kind of testing, the rigor around tabletop, scenario playing, what have you, but all the better if you can hinge it or peg it to something real life. And, you know, another company's tragedy could be your company's learning opportunity. And I hate to couch it like that, but I think there's value in that exercise. There's certainly value in benchmarking, networking with peers, even the peers who have been a victim of the whatever XYZ catastrophe went down. Comes down to conferences like this, networking your peers, knowing who your stakeholders are on the outside, even if they look like competitors side by side. But it's all about, and you've heard me say this before, Penny, relationships, rapport, communication. But that's where we see it play out.
Great. Cheryl, maybe to build on that. So as you think about, and we had a previous conversation talking about how do you make sure that you're not Chicken Little? So particularly if what you're talking about may be increasing cost in the organization, a question we got coming in on the Q&A. How do you think about when you take these things and how you take these things to the C-suite to help them with making decisions and understanding what's really important and why it's worth maybe the extra cost?
Yeah, and it's a great question, Penny. I think part of it is trying to socialize early and often a construct around noise to incident to crisis, and sort of helping to share and solicit feedback as well of like, hey, these are general constructs which for our risk sensing organism, we're going to think about this as noise, and they're going to be the types of things that we filter out. These are going to be the types of things that kind of cross that threshold. And what we've tried to do through that is at least create a framework for conversation where we can kind of bring this a common set of language across every business unit, across every geography, and up to the top level of the enterprise, to at least get people talking the same type of language, and then sort of have that default of, and if you think you're in a moment of crisis, reach out to this team because we are your crisis management team. We can help you assess, we can help you navigate. I think another piece of this is really kind of understanding, like, what are the highest tier principles or concepts or issue sets that your C-suite is concerned by. I think for a company such as Starbucks, things that are always going to be top of mind are, number one, the physical safety and security of our partners and customers around the world. The second is going to be, the reputation, the brand reputation that is represented in the siren. And so kind of the rule of thumb, and this is, it evolves as you develop relationships with your C-suite. The rule of thumb that I've kind of evolved is I will err on the side of early, if incomplete information. And I will apologize up front that sometimes I may get it wrong, meaning, perhaps I have informed you of something that is below what you want on your radar. Perhaps there'll be something that I have deemed more in the noise category. And let's just set up that parameter at the beginning. that the intention is here and that there's an openness for an ongoing feedback loop. I think another piece about this, and it's really going back to what Stephanie was saying in her remarks, we anchor around the enterprise risk management framework. What are the top level enterprise risks that have been identified by our general counsel, by our CFO, and for which we brief the audit and compliance committee of the board? That's kind of set and established. And I think for my function in partnership with others such as government affairs, our communications teams, our regional leadership teams, is to then understand where are the intersectionalities, right? Rarely does a risk materialize in the world solely in the silo of a risk owner, right? If there is an issue with the global supply chain, getting a product from point A to point B, one could say, oh, well, that is a supply chain risk, but it's going to show up in perhaps the experience that a customer has if their favorite beverage isn't available or their favorite food product. And so I think, having functions such as Michelle and I sit in, we're sort of the neutral brokers, right? We don't have a specific equity in the issue. Our equity is the enterprises. And that often allows us to work cross-functionally to kind of ask provocative and curious questions to help solution and get in front of what could materialize.
Thank you, Cheryl. Mark, can I turn back to you? So you've heard what Cheryl, Michelle, and Stephanie had to say. One thing that we haven't really touched on, I think, is like, what is the role of governments and industry associations? We've got a lot of embassies, foreign governments on here as well. As we think about some of this, what is the right moment, and how should we be thinking about that? I go back to the book Chips Wars, where the US government got caught off guard by the semiconductor issues because they weren't aware of where things were in the industry itself. So kind of where is government's responsibility on this? Where are companies' responsibilities to kind of have that dialogue? And maybe, Michelle, we can come back to you. I know you have a point on relationships as well that you want to talk through as well. But Mark, maybe to get your instant reactions.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I'll take a stab at that, and please others chime in. Role of government and industry associations is where I'll go first. Really see two main things. One is around information transparency. It's not good when the companies and the firms are caught off guard. To the extent that something can be shared, it should be shared so that the enterprises know what's coming and what's emerging, so they don't make flawed capital allocations decisions, and that they clearly understand the direction of travel. Of course, there's an onus on the said corporate to be plugged in if the transparency is being offered, but they're not taking it. That's a deficiency on part of the corporate. And the second piece is around education, particularly the industry association plays a role, in our experience, to help making sure that it's not just the large players that have the resources and the wherewithal, but the small and medium-sized players also have access to the education. And often enough, the bigger guys tend to have scale and self-educate, but the association really plays a big role in educating, bringing along everyone in the industry so that they understand either where it's going, direction of travel, or how they should prepare and brace themselves. We've heard a lot of good examples here in terms of what folks are doing. I think the association of any industry should be using exactly these types of dialogues to help educate, competitors and peers. So those are two main things that I see association and government hopefully role in this dynamic.
Great, thanks on that. Michelle, I don't know if you want to build on any of the relationship points.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I don't want to take time away. I feel like we're saying the same thing, which is I like how Cheryl put it, early and often. I think that goes to the rapport and the credibility building, but it takes time, right? So hopefully, that the ideal is that you've got a company or a team that supports that investment in creating those relationships and cultivating them. But I know I don't want to get off. There was another panel or another question that came in that I think is a bit more meaty for one of us to take. Thanks, Penny.
Yeah.
I want to.
So I know there's a question that's come in on shipping, and Cheryl, I think we're going to talk about it. I think we've also got some folks on the call. This is a question asking a little bit about some of the future risk. What are some of the things that people should be having on their radar screen that are emergent risk or things that folks are looking at? Stephanie, I'll turn to you on that after Cheryl. But Cheryl, I think I don't know if you want to take a stab at that.
Yeah, no, when I saw that question come through, I think the thing that immediately came to my mind that we just haven't verbalized yet is climate change and climate impacts. You know, we're talking a lot about the geopolitical tensions, but I think also top of mind as we look ahead, you know, not just in the current year. I mean, you know, we've got all the issues that are happening in the Red Sea and the complications with the Houthis' actions there, which is affecting shipping lines going through the Suez Canal. But as we look ahead, the projections in terms of water flows through the Panama Canal are also kind of creating concerns. And when then you kind of think about those challenges and impacts on shipping, cost factors, environmental impacts of other ways of shipping product at scale, it becomes a really kind of complex juggernaut that I think is going to be, again, it won't know any national or industry boundaries to think about how that kind of impacts us as we look, you know, not just in the near out years, but 5, 10, 15 years out.
Yeah, I think one of the things I've heard from some folks is that where we have infrastructure built today may not be where we need the infrastructure in the future, because climate change may change not only our ability to enter certain ports or to go through things like the Panama Canal, but also that goods will be grown and produced in different places because the climate's going to change that. And that's something that probably is a future risk with regards to the actual infrastructure around trade that we might need to think through. Stephanie, I don't know if you want to jump in on any of the emerging risks that you all are looking at and that you have an eye on.
Yes, I would just underscore something that Cheryl just mentioned about the Houthis and the Red Sea, because you know, this situation from our perspective, it doesn't seem like, unfortunately, it's going to get resolved soon. And in fact, even if the situation in Gaza, if there's hopefully some kind of an end to that at some point, then it's now that the Houthis have seen that they can cause this kind of serious disruption at a pretty low cost to themselves, they may well do it again, you know, for reasons that they decide to embark on that course. So that's something that we're worried about too. I think there's also more and more discussion also about potential attacks on Iran, whether by US or by Israel. And vice versa, also potential Iran unleashing their proxies more. So those things also could amp up concerns that we have if those happen.
Great. And Michelle, I know, did you want to chime in on the climate change point?
Well, I'm really glad that Cheryl brought it up. And I think there's other angles here for everyone in the room to consider. I know climate change can be a security risk too. And it goes back to the resiliency. And I don't want to get too off topic, but if you've got a region where we know water shortage is coming, or we know they're facing a drought, for example, you know, will criminal organizations divert that water? Will the government ensure that businesses are protected over townspeople or residences? So I think there's a lot of different ways to approach climate change, and I struggle, just full transparency, to get that hook. You know, what's the one, because it is kind of amorphous at the moment, and I don't think companies are seeing that bottom line impact just yet. But again, it goes back to what I was saying about that intel and trying to spot trends around the corner. Thanks.
Thank you. Mark, I know that you have to drop a few minutes before the end of our panel. I was going to turn it over to you for a second. Also, we've talked about climate, but I think inside every company at the moment, all everybody's talking about is AI and how AI can be used as a productivity tool, how it can be used for all kinds of things. And before you go, maybe just to grab you for a little bit to talk a little bit about technology and digitalization, and you know, in the next 10 years, you know, is that something that's an opportunity? Is that something that's a risk? Is that something that it just depends in terms of where it may take us in supply chains?
Thank you, Penny. Let me put it this way: the geopolitics of technology are real, and businesses are dealing with it and addressing it as we speak here today. They play out in the following way. Let's just look at AI. There's clearly a race for being at the front. So China's got their efforts underway, the US does, and believe me, the EU does as well. Then there's the regulations, and that's where the geopolitics play out. China has regulated, and I can get access to all of the data. That's the regulation. The EU has regulated in favor of the consumer. The US, for now, has exercised an executive order, but hasn't yet regulated. And I say yet because maybe they will, maybe they won't. But as a firm, and as adopting AI, sample technology, I need to decide if I'm going to only serve one market and deal with that regulation, or have one that serves them all and is biased to one regulation, or live in a heterogeneous world and have a certain offering or application in Europe that's different from China, that's different from the US. And you know, Apple has moved, it's a very benign example, has moved to a simple USB-C charger. Why? Because Europe passed a law. And it's not the Americans. I'm happy with my charger, but now I've got to change all my charging codes as soon as I get a new phone, and the whole family's like using different cords. It's the EU that drove it, and Apple said, that's fine. We'll make it ubiquitous for all. Sorry, consumers from non-European Union, but you're going to adopt the European Union way. I'm using that as a sample of a firm that decides to follow one regulation that serves all, or may decide that, you know what, I'm going to have a different way in China because of IP and data protection from the US, from EU. So be aware, geopolitics of technology are in play. They've been in play. Firms have adjusted to it and will continue to do so. And it's always a question of heterogeneous versus homogeneous based on where the regulations are going. Our clients are dealing with that day in, day out, and we've seen it play out. Thank you.
And Mark, can I ask you just one quick question? And maybe Stephanie, you've got examples too. You know, when you have a client that is having to grapple with maybe making a significant change like that, you know, when you work with the C-suite and the boards, what motivates them to like take that geopolitical risk seriously and actually invest the monies? Is it that, you know, your competition's going to do it and you're going to lose out? Is it,
well, the great question. The worst instance, which does happen, unfortunately, too often, is when they've been stung. So, you know, we all saw the military vehicles moving towards the border well in advance. Some of our clients moved, some didn't. Some stockpiled titanium, some didn't. Some took 6 months to recover from a titanium shortage, some didn't. It's unfortunate that some firms are still waiting to be, unfortunately, stung or hurt. And then they clearly are ready to act. And it's almost punitive because they've been hurt so badly, they've been in prison, so now they're willing to get the shackles off. Those that are open to it, it's typically through either collateral observations, peer discussion, competitive conversations. And honestly, it's not through us. It's people talking to each other. I think Michelle raised this already. Call it peer-to-peer, peer-to-competition. And those are the best instances and the best vehicles to sort of wake up and overcome that resistance. The easiest way to overcome resistance is, oh boy, I'm in trouble. I've been hit. I got to act. That's not a great place to be. We like to bring people together to overcome that resistance, not through listening to us as a third party, but to listening to each other. And that is the most powerful vehicle in a good situation in terms of overcoming resistance.
Thanks, Mark. We got 8 more minutes. So if you have a question, you haven't put it in the chat, please go ahead. And I know, Mark, you may have to drop on us in the next minute or two. Stephanie, your thoughts on, you know, how do you see, we have had a question in the chat about how to bring these issues and make them get movement on them internally. So have you seen any instances or anything beyond what Mark has addressed in terms of how to help companies with some of those really tough decisions that they have to make, particularly when the world is gray, not black and white?
Yes, I think what Mark is saying about providing examples is really helpful. I think that helps them think about possible outcomes. The other thing we try to do is we try to really map out not just the initial impact, but what's a second order, a third order, a long-term kind of impact based on certain decisions they may make or may not make. And we help them think that through, because sometimes the first order impact they think they can live with, or they think they can figure out a better solution, you know, but we help them think through other potential ramifications, which sometimes helps clarify.
Yeah, totally agree. Cheryl, can you maybe, Cheryl or Michelle or Stephanie, can you talk a little bit about, there's risk, which is a very, I want to say a defensive posture, that when you're thinking about risk, you're reacting to something. How do you use your planning to seek out and put opportunities in front of your senior executives and or the government or others? How do you position that? And is that something you also actively look at and pursue as you think through your risk and resiliency and all of that good stuff?
Yeah, I'm happy to take a first cut at that. I mean, I think to your point, we often think of risk as something to be avoided as opposed to something to be leveraged. And so I think that a very critical opportunity is, working for a company that is very growth focused. It is all about what are new markets or what does new growth look like. And so then it just kind of becomes an opportunity to have really thoughtful conversations at the front end about what's the risk appetite, what's the risk appetite on maybe a couple of different metrics, to then sort of say, well, what strategy might we want to lean into? And that was kind of what was also coming to my mind around that question of how do you also convince the company to sometimes make an investment around a risk? It's because there might be a pretty good upside in doing so. So I think the more that we, again, as risk professionals can be at the table at the early stages around business strategy, of understanding the respective equities that might be in play, and then looking for, again, that kind of intersectionality that turns risk from something to run away from to something that we can lean into with whatever the guardrails are of our C-suite and our board. I think that's a very fun part of the conversation, because nobody wants to be in the defensive reactive of, oh, what is everyone else doing? And am I with the pack, lagging the pack, or leading the pack? I think it's more of how do we kind of use our skills and insights as risk sensing functions multidimensionally to advocate and advance the business.
Thanks, Cheryl. I want to just reference, we've had two questions come in, one on Africa, one on India. And I know that the Africa question will be addressed in the next panel. We have Floria Lazier on the next panel, who I know is an absolute expert on those issues and will be happy to address that question. And on the India point, similarly, I think that'll be an area that will be addressed in the next panel. So thank you for those questions. Michelle, Stephanie, any, final, maybe as we're coming up on the last 4 minutes, any final thoughts about how you guys take, and think about risk moving into the opportunity lane? Michelle, I'll call on you first.
Thanks, Penny. I'm smiling a little bit because Cheryl took the words, the risk appetite and the guardrails, and even included fun. And she's absolutely right. I mean, that is the fun. And I find our team spends actually more time gauging those risk appetites. It's not a gotcha, but it is nice to go back and say, well, earlier you said that you were comfortable right up until here. We're approaching that area, right? Are you still? And then retesting those appetites, retesting the guardrails, but going back to that original conversation, which I agree with you, Cheryl, is fun. Thanks, Penny. Thanks.
Thank you. Stephanie.
Yes, and I agree with all that. And I would just give one concrete example that we get asked a lot about, which is Saudi Arabia, which I think many people associate it with some negative stereotypes. And there's also considerable risk there, of course. But the interesting thing is that there's been a lot of reform in the last few years and a lot of new sectors opening up. FDI has increased almost by 300% since 2019. And now, because of some new regulations, the Saudis have, put in place, over 200 international companies have opened regional HQs there in Saudi. So my point is that you see there's a lot of movement there. And so for some companies who have a certain profile, it can be a place where there's a lot of opportunities despite some risk. And also, even despite what's happening in parts of the Middle East right now, Saudi has been mostly insulated from that. And we expect that it may continue to be. So that's a great example where you say Middle East and you think, oh, geez, the Middle East is on fire. Why would you want to do much there? Let's pull back. And Saudi might be a place, or UAE, where maybe you don't have to right now, depending on your company. So.
Thank you for that. So maybe just as a final question, I mean, one thing that I think we hear a lot of people say in the risk world, this is for final thoughts, we talk about controlling what you can control. And that I think is something that, governments as well as corporations really think about. But when do you need to think about the other issues that are out there, and the fact that if you don't focus on them, you could potentially be lose out on some of the big things in the world, whether it be some of the big stuff that the C-suite maybe doesn't want to think about, but probably drives a lot of the government officials crazy thinking about on a day-to-day basis. So whether it be multilateralism, whether it be the WTO, how do you guys think about that? Can you? Who's the right person to worry about some of those big things that may not necessarily rise to the top level in a company who's trying to focus on profits and people?
I'll kick us off. I'll say that, I think I start by realizing that the zone of what I can control is probably about the size of my AirPods case. That I think we often have this illusion of more control over things than we ever actually have. So I'm often kind of thinking about, what is the zone of things that I can influence? And then what are the categories of things that could most likely, again, it's the nature of the role, I tend to look to the defensive side, that could derail? What are those kind of unexpected pieces? And I think a lot of that then becomes, work within the team that I have the privilege to lead around this, ideation, brainstorming, thinking about what might be possible, kind of doing some of that loose scenario testing internally within our team based on our knowledge and our relationships cross-functionally, benchmark externally, and then sort of picking from that what might be the things that we then want to highlight. We have an opportunity to gather on a quarterly basis with some of the key P&Ls across the company, and we bring in other cross-functional business partners to those. And that's really a scenario of saying, hey, here's what we're looking ahead at over the next 6 to 9 month horizon. What are we missing? Or what conversation do these things that we're watching prompt for you? And I think I found that to be a really effective way of helping keep the team and our capabilities front of mind, and also keep us tied in and relevant to the business.
Cheryl, I think that's a great point, maybe to conclude on, because I know one of the things we talked about, and Michelle, I know you've spoken about it, is kind of the world is so stressful. How do we also focus on wellness and helping people keep a balance in their life and not become so worried about all of these things that it knocks them out of whack? And so it seems to me that we've gotten some really practical suggestions on how to get your hands around some of these risks, how to plan for them, and with that, to maybe bring yourself some peace, or at least peace of mind, that you have thought through some of these really complex issues, and that if something were to happen, you would have some of the answers. So, or at least you would have a direction of travel maybe on how you would go if it hit. So with that, thank you all. What a great panel. I really appreciate everyone's comments. And Ken, I kick it back over to you.
Thank you so much. I couldn't have asked for more or better from this panel. It was fantastic. I didn't know, I knew Penny very well. I've known her a long time, but didn't know any of you all before this. And I can't wait to have you back on again in the future for other discussions. Really so clear and informative and helpful. And I hope our audience got as much out of it as I know I did. So thank you very much for joining us today. Cheryl, Michelle, Stephanie, Penny, and Mark out in the ether. Thank you for joining us. Really, really grateful to all of you. As we get ready to welcome on our final session of the day, we want to call out a few more of those who are in community with at today's conference, even if you can't see them on screen. So welcome to Sarah Cartmel, a Director of Global Government Relations at Corning Incorporated, Adina Renee Adler, Executive Director of the Global Steel Climate Council, Yanis Lazda, Government Affairs Director at Meta, and Jenny Kai, Senior Manager of Government and Public Affairs at Japan Automobile Manufacturers Association. Welcome, Sarah, Adina, Yanis, and Jenny, and thank you for joining us. To close out our conference today, we're going to widen the aperture even more and discuss key U.S. strategic and global trade priorities across the globe. I'd like to ask our panel to please turn on their cameras. To help us have this broad-ranging global conversation, we've brought together leaders from business, trade, academia, the foreign policy communities to discuss U.S. global policy with an eye on trade, but in the context of America's larger strategic national objectives. Heather Conley, the president of the German Marshall Fund of the United States. Eric Farnsworth, the head of the Washington office of the Council of the Americas and the America Society. Florie Lizaire, president and CEO of the Corporate Council on Africa and a winner of WIDA's Lighthouse Award. Ambassador Kurt Tong, managing partner at the Asia Group, and our moderator, a good friend, Ari Gianvenco, head of U.S. trade policy with Amazon. Ari, take us away.
Well, perfect. Thanks, Ken. And it's great to be here today. Great to see everybody. A terrific conversation to start the day. And I really think that this panel will really help us kind of regionally focus in on kind of what a lot of the detail we heard earlier really means to the rest of the world. So again, Ken, thanks for pulling us all together, and no shortage of issues to cover affecting us all over the world, and how we think about trade. As others have highlighted, the policy conversations have shifted towards economic security and national security. The pandemic, the invasion of Ukraine, tensions in the Asia Pacific, among other factors, have all led businesses and governments to turn attention to de-risking, to supply chain resilience, while also looking to bolster competitiveness with emerging technologies like AI and quantum. So U.S. international economic engagement with each of the regions that we're focusing on today, it's really followed suit with the nexus between national security and economic security surfacing in key dialogues like the U.S.-EU Trade and Tech Council and the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework discussions. So I'm looking forward to exploring these and many other issues today in our discussion. And with that, hoping to jump right in. So, I'll kind of kick things off with a framing question that I want everybody on the panel to touch on. And Heather, if I can start with you, that would be terrific. So, as I mentioned, really the U.S. international economic engagement sits at this intersection of economic security and national security. So I'd like to start with kind of a short dive into how you view these issues in Europe and how they relate to the current U.S. trade agenda. Heather, over to you.
Well, Ari, thank you so much. And I think this is a great framing question because it really puts us, what is at stake? And we certainly feel here at the German Marshall Fund, the Marshall in our name is for the Marshall Plan, because our organization was created as a living memorial to the Marshall Plan. And I always love to bring that memory back forward because I think we're having another moment where we need to recall what I call the 1947 to 1949 moment, and when that intersection of democracy, prosperity, and security, and how the United States thought about its allies and its partners, meaning the Marshall Plan, 1947, to make a deep investment in our allies' prosperity to protect their democracy from communist influence. And then 2 years later, 75 years ago this year, we created this umbrella to secure that prosperity and democracy, which was NATO. And so really, I'd sort of open your framing to say, at its heart, it's democracy. It's the values-based agenda. So we're not just, obviously prosperity is essential, but it's protecting those values. And increasingly, the security dimension of this, where allies are more important than ever, and how we develop and amplify U.S. power, our economic power, our military power. But yet we know those very concepts are under dramatic challenge today within our own country. So the more we can talk about this framing of democracy, prosperity, and security, that they're all interlinked, and we're interlinked with our allies, whether that's global trade or security, that's really essential right now. And it's really incumbent upon all of us to help people understand that now more so than ever.
Well, thanks, Heather. And Eric, I want to shift to Latin America and get your perspective. So national security, economic security, and U.S. trade agenda.
Terrific, Ari. Thank you. Thanks for having me. I want to give a special shout out to Ken as well, not just for inviting me, but frankly for inviting me back. I guess it means I didn't screw up too badly the first time. But anyway, you guys do such a great job, and I really appreciate the chance to join you and frankly such a distinguished panel of fellow experts in regional issues. It really is an honor to be with all of you. I do think that trade and economic engagement with the Western Hemisphere is fundamental to our national security. I would simply reiterate what Heather just said in terms of promotion of our values, subscribe to that 120%. I think there are a couple other things as well that we want to put in the context in terms of the Western Hemisphere. The first is very clearly our own migration issues, and we can consider those domestic issues, we can consider them national security issues, but at the end of the day, if people have better circumstances in their home country, it means that their incentives to migrate are reduced. And so to the extent that we in the United States or North America can help create better economic and security conditions in the Western Hemisphere, it's not going to address every issue from the migration perspective, but it will certainly reduce the incentive to migrate. So I think that's another point that has to be raised. We've talked already today about supply chains. This isn't a national security perspective in terms of guns and bombs, but it very much is a national security perspective in terms of pandemics and the ability to procure what we need when we need it. Latin America and the Western Hemisphere, and I should add the Caribbean as well, are by definition closer to the United States than any other region of the world. So if we're talking about security of geographic regions and smaller and shorter distances to travel, and the ability to procure what we need when we need it, you have to have a strategy for the Western Hemisphere that includes enhanced economic engagement. I'm sure we're going to talk about that a little bit in the future. And then I think the third, or later today, and then I think the final thing I would add initially, to the extent that the global security agenda has shifted, and under the Biden administration, we've clearly seen an emphasis on global climate change issues. I defy anybody to address these issues effectively without Brazil, without South America, without the Western Hemisphere. And so to me, this is a link we actually haven't made yet. We need to make it better. And I, for one, I'm asking the question, why, for example, haven't we in the United States, or anywhere else for that matter, already proposed a free trade area in the Western Hemisphere for environmental goods and services? Why aren't we linking trade and the environmental agenda in a positive way, as opposed to, border tariffs and things like that, which, always come up from a negative perspective, but in a positive perspective, if we want more of something, we tax it less. And so that's where the trade agenda can have a meaningful impact on the environmental agenda. And if we believe that the environmental agenda is a security agenda, do you see what I just did there? We've linked trade and security. So I think it's fundamental, and I look forward to further discussions.
Well, perfect. Thanks, Eric. Flory, want to turn to you next. I think you're on mute still.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here as a part of the WIDA Trade Conference, the annual conference. Thanks, Ken, and to your team for having me. Ari, great to have you pulling us together on this panel. So there are a couple things about Africa that I'm not sure everyone sort of thinks about in that way, but that link, the issues of, security, democracy, trade, all of that together. There really are no global issues or challenges that can be successfully addressed without actually looking at Africa and what needs to happen there. Climate. If the Africans are not involved in climate, there's not going to be an effective addressing of that. If you're looking at meeting the SDGs, they're the countries that need that additional boost that's going to make them able to meet those development goals. Security issues. Africa is the place where if you don't focus on some of the things that are driving insecurity on the continent, what happens with youth there? right? So if they don't have the kind of economic development that they need, they don't have the kind of job creation that they need on the continent, then that has an impact on security. We also know that for companies that are invested on the continent, you know, CCA, many of CCA's members, they need to have a secure environment where rule of law is respected, and we're promoting democracy and good governance, rule of law. All of these are things which are really critical on the continent, and the main labor force of the global economy will come from there. Africa is also a place where, as the supply chains broke during COVID, and in the process of developing more supply chain resiliency, there are folks who are moving their manufacturing or diversifying their manufacturing out of the places that they have been. Not completely, of course, but it's diversification, right? So not as much in China, but maybe there's some things we can produce on the continent. And for them, obviously being able to have the value addition, beneficiation, manufacturing of process of their products and commodities, not happening out of the continent and then shipping back in, but being able to do that there then makes them stronger, but also makes them better consumers, right? They have more income, they have a strong growing middle class. That's going to make them better consumers and partners with the United States. And by the way, we are a premier, they look at the United States as a key strategic partner. We need to be looking at them also as a key strategic partner. And maybe I'll just end by saying that, a lot of times when people talk about Africa, they're saying, oh, well, we have to be in Africa to counter in terms of trade, investment, our businesses being there. Oh, we have to be there to counter China. But everyone who's trying to grow their businesses is in Africa. It's not just a U.S. China competition for Africa. You go there. I'm there all the time. I'm leaving Friday to go to Ethiopia and Nigeria. They are, in fact, and partly because of the African Continental Free Trade Area that they have established, which 1.3 billion people, $3.4 trillion combined GDP. They are a very attractive market for companies all over the world that want to grow their bottom line, want to diversify, as I said, in terms of who they source from, who they do business with. So again, even though they are a very tiny part of our trade, still probably for the U.S., less than 2%. Nevertheless, it's still very important and strategic that we engage with them as economic partners, as partners sharing the same values in terms of democracy, good governance, and all of those things. But I think that nexus between what we're doing in the economic sphere, there is a strong connection there to the issues of security and prosperity, really.
Well, perfect. Well, thank you so much, Flory. And want to round out the first round here with Ambassador Tong, Asia. So how do you view these issues? Obviously, a lot going on, large region. Would love your perspective.
It is a large region. Thanks very much. And it's a pleasure to, as always, to be associated with the WITA. Let me play cleanup hitter by being a little bit more analytical rather than prescriptive and describe the region as torn by national security prerogatives, tearing at a fabric which was supply chain fabric and investment fabric and trade fabric that was primarily designed around cost efficiency and the expectation of ever more open borders for trade and investment based upon a long-term prospect of working step by step gradually towards less government interference in trade and investment rather than more, driven by visions laid out in organizations like APEC and in visions like the Free Trade Area of the Asia Pacific. That seemed to be the general trend up until about 6, 7, 8 years ago, when things, maybe longer, maybe a decade, things started to pivot like the Titanic in the direction of national security prerogatives and priorities starting to take more prominence, and the economic efficiency priorities fading over time in relative terms. Lots of reasons for that. The COVID pandemic highlighted the importance of supply chain resilience and the need for solutions that were not designed purely around cost. An increasing sense in both the United States and China that the other is a major and long-term adversary whose success they have mixed feelings about, and in specific sectors and on specific subcategories of industry, they don't want the other side to be successful at all. And that has led to a very complex laydown of where de-risking is the name of the game for both governments and now increasingly corporations as well. The all parties are still pushing back on the concept of a economic Cold War or widespread decoupling, even as the U.S. and China still, even with the sort of truce or plateau in worsening relations that Biden and Xi have managed to engineer recently, still generally moving in the direction of greater decoupling of the Chinese and American economies, creating a dilemma for much of the rest of the region, who share to very much varying degrees the level of concerns the United States has about the rise of China, and therefore very much varying degrees of sympathy for the de-risking measures that policy from the US and from some other capitals like Tokyo, Canberra, and Seoul are driving the region toward, with, again, reflective activity also happening very much from the Beijing side, who has been trying to create a degree of national security autonomy or distancing from dependence, non-dependence, independence from the international economy for some decades. So that's where we are. It's messy, it's exciting. A lot of companies are still making tons of money despite these circumstances, just given the underlying fundamentals, but it is a increasingly complex environment. And the last thing I say, since this is the Washington ITA, U.S. policies is a mixed mash of incoherent and inconsistent statements and prerogatives and priorities, and it's kind of a mess. So that's makes it fun too.
Perfect. Well, Ambassador, maybe just sticking with you for a second, so we can kind of go in reverse direction here, just so you don't have to wait as long, and maybe you get some of your answers in a little sooner. I want to unpack that a little bit. So you talk about kind of a mishmash of different U.S. policy reactions and responses. There's IPEF, there's Quad discussions. There's a lot of different engagements that have been stood up over the last few years. Be curious, kind of like what do you see as the path? There's obviously a lot of different tools out there, but what really brings in your view, what really brings the best U.S. engagement to the region? What are we looking at?
Best? Well, what is happening is a shift away from negotiating outcomes to using domestic policy to shape outcomes. So with the Inflation Reduction Act, CHIPS Act, the use of the CFIUS and other measures, the U.S. is shaping supply chains and doing so in fairly aggressive fashion, and in ways which make sense from a national security perspective, not from an economic efficiency perspective. And as a sort of side effort related to that, there's general diplomacy around the concept of friend-shoring, ally-shoring, near-shoring, all kinds of shoring. But when it comes to the actual practicalities, it's much more complicated, especially given the division of power between Articles 1 and 2 of the U.S. Constitution, and aligning, for example, the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, in a way that actually reinforces the notion of friend-shoring and brings countries like Japan and Korea, or perhaps even Indonesia, inside the circle of trust and the tent for benefit from increased subsidization and trade, intentional trade distortions through trade policy, is, mixed. Meanwhile, negotiating attempts like the IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, have been most successful when they have focused on cooperative action and moved more in the direction of APEC and general conversations, collaboration, and teamwork on shared global goods, rather than public goods, rather than focus on negotiated trade outcomes, where there's really been no sort of list of achievements by the Biden administration in the sense of traditional trade policy outcomes.
Great. Well, Flory, I want to come back to you next. But before, I want to remind folks that you can submit questions in the chat, so feel free to start dropping those in. Would love to get some audience questions in. But Flory, you talked a little bit about a number of different shared goals in Africa: climate, insecurity issues, the SDGs, et cetera. Curious, kind of, focusing on kind of creating an enabling environment for economic growth and intra-African trade. Would be great to kind of know what opportunities there are that are helping do that. Is it the African Continental Free Trade Agreement? And again, how does the U.S. fit into this?
Oh, yes. No, thank you. So there are obviously many opportunities for people to invest with partners all around the world. So this conversation is an interesting one. But in terms of Africa, a lot of the work, there's a perception of Africa and the risk of doing business in Africa. And then there's, sort of the reality. Yes, there are risks doing business in Africa, but there are risks doing business anywhere in the world. And the issue has to be, what are the ways that we can collaborate and partner with? How can we bring the U.S. and African governments together, as well as private sectors together? In Africa, the African Continental Free Trade Area, as I said earlier, it'll be one of the largest free trade markets that's been established since the WTO. And not only will it increase intra-African trade by 35%, but actually what it does is it harmonizes the rules and regulations. It smooths out the barriers of moving goods across all across Africa. It will allow people to look at the region in terms of their global supply chains. What do we need from Africa that's going to help us with, electric vehicles? Is there a way that, rather than sending, the majority of the world's critical minerals, lithium and cobalt, and all the rest are in Africa right now, the way that the global supply chain works is that they go to Africa, they take those they mine those products there, they get shipped to other places, largely China, but there are other places as well, where their products are processed and then sent back out to the rest of the world, including Africa. So yes, so there are actually some really specific, real opportunities in Africa that are there. And I think that I would just touch a bit on the fact that the US government is, I think, aware of this and trying to signal in various ways. President Biden and the Biden administration hosted the second only ever US Africa Leaders Summit in December of 2022. It had not been done since 2014. And we regularly engage with lots of people around the world. I used to work on APEC. There's an APEC summit every year. Summit of the Americas. There's a regular pattern for engaging. So one of the things that has to happen is there needs to be regular, high level, head of state to head of state engagement with the Africans. Since then, I think they announced at the US Africa Leaders Summit about $55 billion over 5 years that would be invested in Africa, both in terms of boosting trade with them under using programs like the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, but also looking at ways to go beyond AGOA. And I think, this is the time where AGOA, this version of AGOA, this particular iteration of AGOA will end in September 2025. We have a lot of US buyers of those products that are dependent on those products. So it isn't something that just benefits, the Africans. It's trade, and we're sending equipment to them for them to produce a lot of these products that get shipped here. So I think that the US government has signaled, and since December of 22, the vice president has visited. The president was supposed to actually visit in December, and because of some of the other issues surrounding the Gaza-Israeli issue, my understanding is that it was not good timing for him to be traveling to Africa. But I'm hoping that it happens very soon in 2024, and there are a lot of us who think it will. We have a range of programs: Prosper Africa, we have Power Africa, we have AGOA, as I said, led by my former place, USTR, put in my plug for that. But we have a number of programs. We have one that's focused on infrastructure, where we are investing in Africa's infrastructure, which is an important, both the soft and the hard infrastructure. So again, there are a lot of opportunities in Africa, and strategically, I think both the US government as well as our private sector are very focused on it. Our private sector tells us we're there not just to do good. A lot of companies are there doing good things, CSR, but what they say is we're actually there to do well, which is a different issue altogether. And we like that. We want to crowd that in more in Africa, more investment. Right now, they are 0.7% of our total US FDI. So there's clearly a lot of room for more investment on the continent in a range of areas. They have 60% of the world's arable land that has not been cultivated yet, right? They have all these critical minerals. They have, and digitalization. Oh my gosh, the digital economy is growing leaps and bounds on the continent as well. So, we need to look at all the tools that we have, look at all of the government agencies. Just at an event, Exim Bank is there, USTDA is there, Commerce Department. There are a lot of folks. MCC, $11 billion of US grant money has gone into like 21 different African countries. People don't know that. And they say, oh, well, where's the US? China's coming here, Belt and Road. Well, no, the US has put $11 billion into Africa, into infrastructure, ports and roads. And so again, I think that the messaging also about what we do, how important Africa is, and the fact that we are engaged with Africa, is important. But we need to elevate that and take it to the next level.
Well, thank you, Flory. Eric, I want to turn to you. in Latin America. So it's a big year for a number of different multilateral engagements, APEC in Peru, Brazil hosting the G20. And then there's also a lot of ongoing work in the US around some ideas, the APEP, the America's Partnership Project. So, what are the common threads across these meetings, and what do you think is important to elevate? I know you touched on migration and climate and some of the kind of fundamental values that are shared in Latin America, but kind of beyond that, what are some key focuses of these meetings?
Harry, thanks. Flory was lamenting that we don't have leaders meetings all the time with Africa, and I'm saying, Flory, be careful what you wish for, because some of the Americas ain't exactly a bowl of cherries all the time. So, in any event,
that's right. But at least they're coming to the table with a bowl.
Well,
okay.
Well,
Go ahead, Eric.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Well, fair enough. But anyway, it occurs to me, because Ari asked the question about multilateral meetings this year, and I think some of that is honestly coincidence. But there are a couple things that I think you need to be looking for, that we all should be looking for. One is Brazil's global positioning. You have President Lula reelected in Brazil. He clearly sees the G20 as a platform for himself and for Brazil, just like he did when he was president last time. And you remember that was during the depths of the 2007-2008 financial crisis. And Lula actually emerged as a star during that time frame. It's a different time now. It's a different place years later. But I think that the formal agenda aside, which is going to be all the things that we always talk about, digitization and empowering SMEs and financial management to the global economic conditions, all of those good and important issues. But the real issue is, how does Brazil come off in terms of this meeting? And does President Lula reestablish himself in the global position that he clearly wants to be in, and has tried to be already in terms of Ukraine and saying things about Gaza and various things like that. So that'll be interesting to watch. I think, from the trade perspective, I mean, G20 is more financial. For the trade perspective, will be APEC in Peru, and we just saw what happened in San Francisco, obviously. This will be the third time Peru is hosted. It's always at the end of a U.S. presidential term, the first in 2008 when George Bush went, 2016 when Barack Obama went, and that was his last international trip. It was after the election, before the inauguration, and of course this year as well. And the comparison I would make and draw people's attention to is what happened in 2016. I was there. As I said, President Obama did go. He was a lame duck. President-elect Trump that day chose to announce that when he was inaugurated, the United States would pull out of the TPP. And at the same time, you had the arrival with a delegation of no less than several hundred senior business people, Xi Jinping from China, and he road tested, you all remember this, I'm sure, but several months later in Davos, he said that China would be the protector of the global open market system, which, is enough to explode your mind if you think about that one. But he road tested that speech at APEC, and the contrast was palpable. You could feel the ground shifting in the Asia Pacific and in the Latin American space from the United States to China. You could feel it. It was palpable. And my point is that we've got a similar scenario this year, depending on what happens in our own elections. The Chinese are ready to open up a huge port in Peru, which will fundamentally remake trade patterns between South America and China, Asia more broadly. We have changing trade patterns. We have changing relationships. And if the United States doesn't see this not just as an opportunity, but frankly as a platform we need to do better competing in the Western Hemisphere, then once again, we're going to get set back. And I think that's something that's going to be really difficult to do because of our own political calendar. And so we recognize that. But at the same time, Ari, in terms of your question, how do these things come together? I don't think we can mail this one in because the rest of the world watches and they see how the two can compare and contrast. I think the other point in terms of some of the things you mentioned, APEP, some of the initiatives that are ongoing. I mean, look, it's an election year. We all know that's not a great time to advance major trade initiatives at all. I really am looking at 2026 as the next action forcing event in terms of trade. That's when USMCA will be required to have the review process. My hope and desire is that that's an actual review and not a renegotiation. We need to see who's in office, not just in Washington. Mexico has an election this June, and by then Canada will also have an election. So you're going to have 3 new leaders or 3 new administrations. I don't know who's going to be elected in the United States. Having said that, this is a huge opportunity, because if we see this as a way to expand USMCA, which was bipartisan, historic, all the things we've talked about in the past, we could reiterate, but I don't want to take the time, and use this as a model to export into the region, we can see that this could be the action forcing event for regional trade that would fundamentally remake supply chains and establish the United States as the leader in terms of regional trade issues. What you have to have is a formal process for accession to the agreement, or at least a parallel structure. And there are several countries that are already lining up in anticipation that that might be the case. All this depends on who's in the White House. It depends on who's in Los Pinos in Mexico, and obviously in Ottawa as well. But those are some important things. And then I think the last thing I would say on APEP, yes, you're right to raise it. You know, it was first announced at the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles in June of 2022. The organizing meeting was in November of 2023. The next leaders meeting will be at some point in 2025. So my point is, you know, there's a lot of time and space between those meetings. And so, you know, if we in the United States want to show that this is a real thing, and I think there is some skepticism in the region about it, if it's a real thing, we need to show some momentum behind it, right? We need to show that this is a real deal, and it's not just a talking point, but rather it is a real initiative. And frankly, the region is honestly a little bit tired of getting mandates from the United States without concurrent benefits. So we're going to have to find a way to actually have a trade agenda within the APEP and not just give mandates and say you need to behave this way or you need to do that. They get it, but they need to have a reason why they would pay those domestic political costs in order to get the benefits that at this point remain undefined. So these are some things to think about as we go deeper into this year and head toward our own elections later this year.
Well, perfect. Well, thank you, Eric. And Heather, thanks for bearing with us as we swing back to you. But yeah, I wanted to get your impressions on the US-EU Trade and Tech Council. You know, economic security, competitiveness issues have been core to some of those discussions. And I would just love your views on kind of how that you know, kind of folds into the larger issues that you mentioned up top, democracy and a lot of the issues that we have kind of shared priorities with Europe. And then a second follow-on question, I'd love to hear a little bit more about how you see the election in Europe, the upcoming election, kind of affecting transatlantic cooperation and some of the work in this area.
Thanks, Ari. Yeah, I mean, I sort of pulling on Kurt's comments earlier, I think we've become very enamored with terms, de-risking and friendshoring and economic security. And sometimes those terms actually don't have actionable meaning underneath them. In addition to terms, we love in the transatlantic relationship, we love councils, we love working groups. We have the Transatlantic Energy Council, the Transatlantic Economic Council, we have the Trade and Technology Council. And in fact, the TTC is a perfect example of 10 working groups, 3 U.S. cabinet secretaries. It is a lot of process that, in my view, lacks political guidance about what it must achieve, but it makes everyone feel that we are doing things. It's certainly, the TTC has done more in technology than in trade. And here, I'll just to be a bit provocative, we have not had a transatlantic trade agenda for a very long time. I would argue maybe this could spur a conversation amongst the 4 of us on the panel. The U.S. hasn't had a trade policy for quite some time. And in that vacuum, you really have, you know, trying to deal with challenges, and certainly technology is one of them. What I'm the most concerned about, and this will feed into the politics, we really don't, transatlantically, we haven't fit very well very recently. When the U.S. wants to produce change, take the Inflation Reduction Act, we incentivize change, we subsidize change. When Europe wants to change, they penalize change. And those two forces really come together, and causing these challenges. What I worry about at the end of the day is the future of Europe's competitiveness, technology, its infrastructure, its education. And if we lose European competitiveness, we really lose that Western valued competitiveness. But right now, regulation is certainly Europe's strength, as its superpower, but at some point it's its kryptonite. It's starting to cripple the regulatory environment, starting to cripple business. And of course, we in the tech side are having a harder time regulating that. And so again, there is a place in the middle here for us to proceed. But right now, and now this will segue into the politics of this, the European elections, the European Parliament elections will happen June 4th. We see Europe shifting to the right, as we see the United States in some ways shifting to the right on the same issues: immigration, economic insecurity, cost of living issues. So much of that in Europe has been exacerbated by the war in Ukraine, higher energy costs, which are now exacerbating Europe's economic competitiveness problem. So again, we can have a number of working groups and councils, and we can use the right terms, but right now, the U.S. is nationally approaching its own trade policy through reshoring and returning manufacturing. Europe feels that this is at their expense. Our Indo-Pacific allies feel this is at their expense. And, honestly, if our allies are not going to be great growing markets for our products as we go into exciting new markets like Africa and elsewhere, if we don't get ourselves right, it is hard to have that amplify out across the way. So this is where I'd like us to have a little more candid conversation, a little more frank discussion, but our future, what we call allied competitiveness or economic dynamism, we have a moment here to try to get this right. If not, we're going to go into our nationalistic protectionist crouches, which only exacerbate economic fragmentation in Europe, doesn't help the United States gain those important markets. Until there's a political force that stops this, it's hard to see what's going to break us out of it. So a lot of challenges and great grist for GMF to work on and helping allies become more economically dynamic and responsive to these changing times.
Well, thanks, Heather. And I actually think, keying off a little bit of your remarks with the others on the panel. I mean, you talk about kind of what is the trade agenda. What does our commercial agenda look like? There's protectionism. There is kind of a lot in there to unpack. And I'd be curious, kind of maybe back to you, Ambassador. Like, how are some of these issues, being seen in Asia? Can the U.S. expand trade investment anymore, or what is what's possible?
Well, it's somewhere between bemusement and tolerance. I guess consternation, depending on the conversation. I think most Asian partners, take your average sort of Asian, Southeast Asian country, looking at the world, they see a lot to be attracted to in the United States. Most of what they're attracted to is in the private sector. They're still getting a lot of that engagement from the private sector, although it's being complicated by government policy. They would like a more facilitative government approaches to reinforce engagement and deepening of business ties, but they haven't despaired yet. If there was discussion about a potential U.S. political transition that could lead to a wider range of potential outcomes between protectionism and aggressive negotiation, lots of possibilities there. That will test that proposition that these nations are in the long run still interested in and a bit patient towards the United States. But I wouldn't despair. I was very taken by Eric's laydown of 2026 and the USMCA deadline as one action forcing event. I personally don't know whether 2026 is too soon to be optimistic, or we might need to look at 28. But I do think that there are paths forward, maybe even in the time before a sort of protection era in U.S. politics, where some things might be explored. So I'm taking up too much time, but just let me offer two thoughts in 1 minute. One would be a bilateral focused approach, where even the Trump administration was quite focused on doing a bilateral with Japan. I think they could be convinced to do a bilateral with Taiwan. And there was an enormous amount of effort put into bilateral talks with China, which could be resumed in a sort of muscular kind of way by an administration that's willing to actually sit down with China and try and arm wrestle just closure on some issues to the mutual benefit of both. Maybe too optimistic a thought, but it would be interesting to see that happen. And the other would be a sectoral approach where the U.S. targets these sectors that it says it's most focused on: new energy technologies, information technologies, digital trade, and try and reach minilateral or multilateral sectoral agreements that really drive the environment forward in a way that would very much benefit U.S. business in the sectors where we're most competitive. The difficulty is that in some of the sectors, the most powerful and successful American companies are also politically unpopular. But there is a lot to be said for a kind of aggressive sectoral-based approach that might avoid some of the difficulties around traditional industry and the notion of job destruction through trade opening in those traditional industries.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Ambassador. And I do want to just end here. I know Ken is on, but maybe just a quick rapid fire across the panel real quick. What's one thing in your region that we'll be talking about a year from now that maybe we weren't talking about here today? Whether, business, technology, politics, policy, anything. Just quick, maybe Flory, Eric, Heather, and then back to you, Ambassador.
Okay, well, hopefully a year from now, we'll be talking about the fact that we have extended the African Growth and Opportunity Act for a significant period of time. That will make it useful to our buyers, the U.S. companies, as well as for the Africans. And secondly, I hope we'll be able to say that the U.S.-Kenya Strategic Trade and Investment Partnership has concluded, and we're ready to move to the market access part of the agreement. I'm told that where we are now, they're not looking at market access, but don't think that it won't happen. So I'm hoping that one of the announcements would be that there's been great progress in the part of the U.S.-Kenya STIP, as we call it, and an announcement that we're now moving to that as a model for free trade agreements with select African countries around the continent. Morocco is the only one that has an FTA now. And I think that it would be great if this is aspirational, right? But we'll be hearing that we launched that piece with Kenya, and we're looking to do it with 3 or 4 other countries around the continent as well.
Ari, thanks for the last ability to make a quick intervention. Thanks again to WITA, to Ken, the whole team. You do a great job, and thanks again for including me. I think the one word is confidence, right? No matter who's elected in the United States and what the shape of the U.S. Congress looks like, I think the questions that are going to arise in the Western Hemisphere are the reliability of the United States as a partner. Are we able to meet the commitments that we've already made, much less expand the commitments that the rest of the region is so clearly asking us to do? And I think that's an open question. It's not a partisan comment at all, because I think it pertains to both parties, and it particularly pertains to the shape of the U.S. Congress, because at least in the Western Hemisphere, they play a huge role in U.S. politics and U.S. foreign policy in the Western Hemisphere. So I hope in a year we come back and we say the region is fully confident in the United States, full speed ahead. But I think that's a question that will be discussed.
Heather?
I have to pull right from where Eric, certainly Europeans aren't worried about whether commitments are going to be kept. They're worrying about how much commitment is going to be withdrawn. So obviously, and Europeans are so focused, understandably, on the outcome of our election. But the two trade-related issues, I would say, looking at China's overcapacity of EVs and whether Europe is ready for the onslaught of that, which I do not believe they are. And then my own interest is how much of energy-intensive European manufacturing will actually come to the U.S. because of the IRA, and how that will alter our own transatlantic trading patterns. So that's what I'm looking at the next year or so.
Ambassador?
For me, just one word, India. I did a bad job. I didn't talk enough about that. It's enormously important market and incredible emerging opportunity, difficult opportunity, but very, very important. So let's do another panel and talk about that sometime.
Well, perfect. Well, thank you, everyone. Terrific discussion today. Really, really appreciated everybody's time. And Ken, I will pass it back over to you.
Thanks. We rejiggered our panels and tried to give this one even more time, and I wasn't enough time. Really couldn't have asked for more. Thank you, the five of you, so very, very much. Heather, back, pulling this all back around. If you look over my shoulder, that orange book spine right there, you probably recognize it. It's President the Creation by Dean Acheson. I give it out to people. I came to Washington nearly 35 years ago in a post-Cold War world, and now we're in a post-Cold War world, and I'm not sure I actually want to go back to that. I was a student during some of those days. I went to Moscow in 1984 in the Cold War. I was in East Berlin. Those were scary times, and we don't want to go back to that kind of world. So I'm hoping a year from now, and when we're having this conversation, we're creating a better world for our children. But I'm also inspired by today, a fantastic conversation. My three big key takeaways from the day: the world is complicated. The post-Cold War consensus needs to be updated for the future, and consensus is hard, but we need to keep trying to seek it. So thank you all for sticking with us. Tomorrow we kick things off in person at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Eastern time at the Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. For those of you watching online Tuesday, you should have received a reminder from Zoom this morning with your link to watch online tomorrow, and you'll get another reminder before we kick off. And for those of you joining us in person, we'll get started right around 9 a.m. We have a networking breakfast to start at about 8:30 a.m. We have food and coffee and tea, and we hope you'll join us for that. And then we have a networking luncheon and luncheon speakers. So we have a busy day tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Thanks again to our terrific panel, Flory, Ambassador Kurt Tong, Ari Gianvenko, Eric Farnsworth, and Heather Conley. Thank you so much for joining us.